Bark Mirror Emperor, chasing Luo Feng, was also trapped in the space turbulence, where there were all kinds of space fragments. Each space fragment was as enormous as a planet, which slowed him down as he rampaged among the fragments. He couldn't concentrate on chasing Luo Feng anymore, however. Instead of becoming upset, Bark Mirror Emperor grew joyful. "True treasures are indeed impressive," he shouted, "but you, as a mere human, are not qualified for such true treasures. As a special organism, only I am good enough for them. Give me the true treasures, and I'll spare your life." Hong. Bark Mirror Emperor's force surged. He was already burning his godly body for true treasures. He was willing to burn his godly body. Besides, the Northern Territory Alliance provided him with endless resources just to attract him, and he had abundant valuables to use to recover his godly body. Hong. Bark Mirror Emperor had a godly body that was more powerful than that of an ordinary knight, and once he started to burn it, his power soared. Hong, long. Bark Mirror Emperor sped up again, opening a wide portal among the space turbulence and crushing all the space fragments in his way. Luo Feng sensed Bark Mirror Emperor's speed skyrocket, nearly catching up to him. "I'm slower than him," Luo Feng realized. He shook his wings. Shwa 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 shwa. He started to change directions, continuously like a butterfly, pausing, darting, then zigzagging back and forth. Sometimes he rushed forward. Sometimes he flew to his left, and sometimes he made a sharp turn. Generally, the faster one went, the more difficult it was to change directions. It was just like a sports car. The greater the speed, the higher the risk of rolling the vehicle while trying to navigate a turn. Bark Mirror Emperor was unprepared for this. He's quite maneuverable. Bark Mirror Emperor was following Luo Feng as his directions changed. When flying straight, Luo Feng couldn't match Bark Mirror Emperor's speed. Even he performed the second form of Shiwu Wing and caused space turbulence. However, Bark Mirror Emperor panicked as he attempted to quickly change direction. Seal Bark Mirror Emperor got furious and used his undying power to suppress Luo Feng, but it was torn by Luo Feng's Shiwu wings. "Bark Mirror Emperor, why are you coming after me?" Luo Feng said. "My wings were given to me by a universe master. Even if you take them, they will be taken back in the future." "Haha, don't scare me with universe masters," said Bark Mirror Emperor. Excitedly, "The Northern Territory Alliance has universe masters, too. No wonder it's a true treasure. My constitution is way better than yours, and I'm faster than you, but I'm not as maneuverable. I can only speed up again and again to make sure you can't get away." Here Crow Knight and the other 5 undying heirs flew in the sky above the 9 Remoteness Ocean as they watched Bark Mirror Emperor hunt Blade River Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor can't catch up with Blade River Emperor even after burning his godly body. Those wings really must be a true treasure. Burning his godly body can speed him up, but the faster he gets, the more difficult it is for him to change his directions. Here Crow Knight said, "Bark Mirror Emperor can only guarantee that he is not left far behind. He should be attacking now." Bark Mirror Emperor couldn't catch up. After a while, a purple crystal ball showed up in front of him. So the purple crystal ball flew above Luo Feng much faster than Bark Mirror Emperor. Under his undying power, it quickly expanded and turned into a huge purple star with a diameter of thousands of miles, and a massive hole appeared under it. Hong, long. A whirlpool formed in the hole, and a forceful, swallowing power dashed Luo Feng under its effects. Luo Feng couldn't maintain his balance. "This is my sealing treasure," Bark Mirror Emperor said with a laugh, "though I can't comprehend all of space law, with this treasure and my burning godly body, my sealing skills are better than that of a universe knight. Let us see you break free of that." Luo Feng was trapped within an endless swallowing force. Usually, creatures attack their enemies first and then seal an enemy when they are severely injured and can't put up a fight anymore, Luo Feng roared in his heart. "Yet you attempt to seal me first, not possible. Shiwu Wing, break it." Suddenly, the edges of his Shiwu wings sliced the surrounding space into pieces. Of the many different kinds of treasures, sealing treasures were effective for sealing, but they had weak attacking power unless the great being was significantly inferior to the treasure. It was impossible for a sealing treasure to swallow a great being. Chi, 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 chi. Shiwu Wing kept slicing the space, and Luo Feng finally broke out. Bark Mirror Emperor was dazed, but then he smirked. "True treasures are indeed impressive, Blade River Emperor. I didn't want to kill you in the first place, but now, you brought this upon yourself." Bark Mirror Emperor opened his mouth. Silence. Everything turned quiet in the sky and land as Bark Mirror Emperor opened his mouth incredibly wide. Here Crow Knight and the other 5 undying heirs were terrified and began murmuring to each other. "If Bark Mirror Emperor howls, Blade River Emperor won't survive it. But Blade River Emperor has clone technique. Either way, this body is not going to survive it, and his true treasures will fall into the hands of Bark Mirror Emperor." Here Crow Knight had the same thought, as Bark Mirror Emperor's 2 talent techniques were distinctive in the universe. One of them was inspection, and the other was attack. He could see everything with his inspection technique, but he could crush a soul with his attacking technique. The moment Bark Mirror Emperor opened his mouth, Luo Feng felt an invisible force. Hell. Even Luo Feng was knocked unconscious by this attack as immensely powerful. Will the soul roar was trying to annihilate his very soul. Meanwhile, Tower Pearl, which guarded the core of Luo Feng's soul, suddenly appeared, started to shine, and surrounded his soul. The roaring continued. In front of Luo Feng's soul, Bark Mirror Emperor's head appeared, its phantom image opening its bloody mouth and bellowing at Luo Feng. Weng weng weng. The Tower Pearl started to tremble. Luo Feng's soul shook. The willpower around his soul had been destroyed. Only his core, which was being protected by Tower Pearl, resisted the force. Hell. Weng. Tower Pearl strived to protect the soul. Luo Feng regained consciousness. How terrifying, he mumbled, startled by the realization of what had just happened. Before the Tower Pearl showed up, that attack knocked me unconscious. Apparently, I can't resist it in the slightest. If it weren't for the Tower Pearl, I would have been crushed. Even the Tower Pearl had a hard time resisting it. The more powerful the special organisms were, the more incredible their talent techniques were. Silver Eye was merely mediocre. Special organisms like Bark Mirror Emperor and Zhuchong Emperor were the real talents. Time to run. Luo Feng dove toward the Nine Remoteness Ocean, knowing he couldn't get away. No matter how skillfully he changed directions, Nine Remoteness Ocean was the largest and most dangerous place in Nine Remoteness space, especially with considering the Nine Remoteness whirlpool, but Luo Feng couldn't worry about that right now. Peng. Water in the ocean was blasted away as Luo Feng traveled down into the Nine Remoteness Ocean. Impossible, Bark Mirror Emperor said, blown away by what he had just seen. He couldn't believe Blade River Emperor could resist the attack. He was proudest of his face was twitching as he dove into Nine Remoteness Ocean. In the sky above the ocean, here Crow Knight and the other 5 undying heirs were dazed. He resisted it. He didn't die. They found it unbelievable. Here Crow Knight kept shaking his head. Bark Mirror Emperor's godly body is so powerful that he can rival Universe Knights now that he is burning his undying power to perform his talent technique. That attack can rival that of a Universe Overlord. How could the human Blade River Emperor withstand that? Here Crow Knight, said another heir, Bark Mirror Emperor has the power of a Universe Knight, and he just burned his power to use his talent technique. How could Blade River Emperor repel that power unless he has another true treasure used to protect his soul? A true treasure to protect his soul. The other heirs were dazed. That's right, a true treasure, here Crow Knight said, nodding. He has a soul, and he himself can't defend against that attack. It had to be the true treasure, a true treasure used to protect his soul. Bark Mirror Emperor has 2 true treasures. The humans value Blade River Emperor so much that it's certainly possible he has 2 true treasures. 2 true treasures. Other 5 heirs couldn't believe it. This is insane, said here Crow Knight, incredibly jealous. He was a Universe Knight, yet he didn't have even one. Bark Mirror Emperor and Zhuchong Emperor both had 2 true treasures, and so did Blade River Emperor. If I'm lucky enough to have it, I'll just hide, said here Crow Knight. 2 treasures, one used to flee and the other used to protect my soul. Aggression flashed across here Crow Knight's eyes. He dove toward the ocean. 2. In the cold, oppressive ocean, the water emanated a heart-stopping force. Hong, long, long. Bark Mirror Emperor kept chasing Luo Feng and kept in space sealed. At the same time, he roared, "Human, there's no way you can escape. You could withstand my talent technique attack, which means you have a real treasure to protect your soul. It has to be. They're both mine. Bark Mirror Emperor had gone crazy. A true treasure to protect souls was much rarer and much more precious than a flying true treasure. So Luo Feng kept changing his direction in Nine Remoteness Ocean and dove deeper and deeper into this deadly area. Deep in Nine Remoteness Ocean, each drop of water was as heavy as a mountain. But Luo Feng and Bark Mirror Emperor shot like missiles through the depths. Blade River Emperor, there's no way you can escape. Bark Mirror Emperor roared insanely, haha, you're good at escaping and resisting soul attacks. But unless you have a flying palace true treasure, I refuse to believe you can defend yourself against my material strike. Die. Hong. Bark Mirror Emperor waved his paws, and a stream of terrifying undying power manifested as a blurry gray beam that shot toward Luo Feng, still trying to escape by changing his directions irregularly. Luo Feng was startled. Damn it. Although Bark Mirror Emperor followed the warrior path, releasing undying power was a rather easy way to attack. Normally, it was relatively weak, but Bark Mirror Emperor had extraordinary undying power, which he was currently burning. Even this weak tactic would be enough to kill Luo Feng if he was hit. There were many kinds of true treasures. Sky Wolf Palace and Star Tower belonged to the Flying Palace category of true treasures. When it came to avoiding a fight, such true treasures would come in handy if Luo Feng were able to hide inside Sky Wolf Palace, enemies couldn't hurt him. Even if they bombed Sky Wolf Palace continuously. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of true treasure, thought Luo Feng. He maintained his high speed, and each time his Wu wings shook, the shockwave resulted in great space turbulence. Hong. A pillar of undying power cut through the ocean, space turbulence, and erupted. To Luo Feng's right. I've dodged it, Luo Feng thought, relieved. His high-speed changes of direction made him difficult to hit. Haha, Bark Mirror Emperor laughed. I was right, you don't have flying. Palace-type true treasures. Blade River Emperor, you're relying on your wings to escape and your soul, true treasure, to resist soul attacks. Unfortunately, you don't have a true treasure to defend yourself against a material strike. You're doomed. Let's see how many more times you can dodge it. Hong Hong. Two pillars of undying power were fired at Luo Feng. There was no law comprehension in them. On the contrary, they depended on burning, undying power that could rival universe knights. Madness filled Bark Mirror Emperor's eyes. I can't catch up with you, but my undying power can. He was far stronger than Luo Feng and chased him as if trying to swat a troublesome insect. The insect may have been agile and armed with soul true treasures, but if Bark Mirror Emperor used pure undying power to crush him, unless Luo Feng had a true treasure like Sky Wolf Palace, he would have no chance of survival. Should I summon Masha body back? Luo Feng wondered, still changing his directions irregularly. A pillar of undying power flashed beside him while the following one clipped the edge of his wing, spinning Luo Feng around. He was stunned but still managed to change directions again rapidly, making the best of Wu wings. Although Masha body has the talent technique domain, it only works on the body itself. It can't carry me, Luo Feng thought. This was the limitation of domain. It was a completely different skill than teleportation. One could teleport along with other life forms and enter a space ripple together, reaching faraway places instantly, but domain was limited to within a diameter of 6,000 miles of Masha body. Domain was achieved when Masha body merged with space, then turned back into Masha body. Luo Feng's original body couldn't do that unless, perhaps, he entered the world ring and let it be carried by Masha body. However, with Bark Mirror Emperor's permeating undying power, he had no chance of getting into his world ring. Escaped again. Bark Mirror Emperor smiled smugly. I didn't expect you to dodge my attacks twice. Those wings aid you well in your escape. Let's see if you can dodge it for the third time. Bark Mirror Emperor's madness intensified as he began to condense a mass of tempestuous undying power. Undying power needed to be condensed in order to be forceful. If it was dispersed among a 600 million mile area, it was feeble and could only be used for detection instead of attacking. When undying power couldn't be condensed further, it formed a godly body. Undying power into threads roared Bark Mirror Emperor. Cage. Bark Mirror Emperor reached out his paws, and suddenly, thousands of undying power threads shot out in pursuit of Luo Feng. Each of the threads was as concentrated as possible, like Bark Mirror Emperor's godly body. The move had consumed 10% of Bark Mirror Emperor's godly body since the start of the battle. All his other moves had only cost him 1%, but this single move, producing thousands of threads, required an immense quantity of undying power. There's nowhere to run. Bark Mirror Emperor seethed. Two true treasures. awaited him after he defeated Blade River Emperor. He could even escape Universe Overlords if he had those too. Hung. In an instant, a giant whirlpool appeared before them, producing a massive, tearing current. Bark Mirror Emperor turned toward the whirlpool, astonished. What? As Bark Mirror Emperor watched, a towering red figure emerged from the whirlpool. Two bloody horns protruded from its head. The figure leveled its gaze at Bark Mirror Emperor. "Other races," growled the horned figure, "how dare you roam the 9 remoteness ocean die?" "A 9 remoteness whirlpool," said Bark Mirror Emperor, "and a great being in a 9 remoteness whirlpool." He was well aware of the dangers of the 9 remoteness ocean, the deadliest of which being 9 remoteness whirlpool, but he had never expected the whirlpool to appear out of nowhere, or for a great being to reside within it. He could sense the horned figure's energy. It was a universe knight, and it was superior to him. Hung. A burning, bloody light from the horned universe knight shrouded Bark Mirror Emperor. "Begone!" Bark Mirror Emperor cried, manipulating the threads of undying power against the bloody light. It would have been easy to kill Blade River Emperor with these threads, but the great being in front of him was his real enemy. Thousands of threads, making up of 10% of his godly body, coalesced into a spear flying toward the bloody light. Hung long. The two forces crashed and exploded in the water, each dispersing in the aftermath. "You've got some skill," the Universe Knight said, a bit surprised. "Die!" Bark Mirror Emperor roared as he cast his talent technique. Silence. Silence engulfed the area around them, and a soundless shock wave ripped forward and slammed into the Universe Knight in the 9 remoteness whirlpool. But nothing happened. "Haha," the Universe Knight chuckled, "a soul attack is useless to me." The towering figure with its bloody horns roared and hurled himself at Bark Mirror Emperor. "You can do nothing to me," Bark Mirror Emperor scoffed. The thousands of threads had consumed 10% of his godly body, while the strike from the enemy had cost him less than 2%. Although Bark Mirror Emperor knew he was weaker than this great being, he was unafraid. It's no wonder only 1 in 100 Universe Knights survives the 9 remoteness whirlpool, said Bark Mirror Emperor. "Is anyone who shows up here as powerful as this Universe Knight? I'll disregard him now. I can't beat him, but I'm faster than he is." Bark Mirror Emperor turned around and continued to chase after Luo Feng. The towering figure with the bloody horns raced forward in pursuit. So. Bark Mirror Emperor was proficient in tracking and hunting and possessed unparalleled speed when he accelerated Luo Feng. Even after casting the second form of Shiwu Wing, couldn't he match Bark Mirror Emperor, and neither could the Universe Knight. "I'll kill you," Blade River Emperor roared. Bark Mirror Emperor, right on Luo Feng's heels, "then I'll escape." He waved his paws, and threads of undying began to concentrate again. Fight. Luo Feng had been lucky that the bloody horned figure showed up and forced Bark Mirror Emperor to manipulate his threads to deal with the real threat. But now, Bark Mirror Emperor knew he was not the Universe Knight's match and resumed focusing on killing Luo Feng. Luo Feng had no time to think. His erratic movements had brought him back around, almost in a full circle. He shook his wings and dove directly into 9 remoteness whirlpool. Hung long. 9 remoteness whirlpool possessed an incredible tearing, all-consuming current. Luo Feng was sucked inside the moment he touched it. Bark Mirror Emperor saw Blade River Emperor dive into 9 remoteness whirlpool just as he finished condensing his threads. No, he shouted in exasperation. Bark Mirror Emperor was powerful, but even he didn't dare to go into the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool. As for Luo Feng, he could only resort to taking this last-ditch effort. Bark Mirror Emperor's only choice now was to flee for his life from the Horned Universe Knight. My two true treasures, Bark Mirror Emperor growled through clenched teeth. Flying out of the ocean and up in the sky hung the bloody horned figure of the Universe Knight. Stepped out of the ocean and onto the rolling waves. It looked up just in time to see Bark Mirror Emperor teleport and disappear. The Universe Knight smirked. Was it something I said? The bloody horned figure re-entered the ocean and swam back down, approaching the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool. Without hesitation, it dove into the whirlpool above the ocean. Here Crow Knight remained behind a moment longer. He had been watching the fight and was terrified. Everyone says the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool is the portal to the core of 9 Remoteness Ocean. He said, there must be a group of great beings living there. The one that just showed up was stronger than me, and it comes from a race that's immune to soul attack. That human, Blade River Emperor, went directly into 9 Remoteness Whirlpool. Now he's dead, and his true treasures shall be lost forever in the core. What a pity. Coldness flashed in here Crow Knight's eyes, but at least Bark Mirror Emperor doesn't he have them? He gazed at the whirlpool afar. Although the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool had appeared out of nowhere, it was still there now, and it was likely to remain there for a long time, and it somehow felt enticing, as if it were luring here Crow Knight to come in. Too risky, said here Crow Knight, shaking off the strange feeling. A portal that appears out of nowhere, and isn't God country transportation. No wonder it's out the most dangerous place of 9 Remoteness space. He teleported himself and disappeared. The moment he entered the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool, Luo Feng felt an immense tearing current, the likes of which he never encountered before. He felt like he had been caught beneath a millstone grinding grain. His body crackled, and his face twisted. The current alone will annihilate me, Luo Feng realized, terrified. Seal star. So a seal star appeared, a sealing treasure with a space inside, and Luo Feng wriggled into it. As long as he hid in it, attacks from the outside would be significantly weakened. However, there was a major downside to doing so, since the seal star couldn't fly quickly or dodge independently. Enemies could grab hold of it. This made it practically useless when trying to avoid a pursuer, such as fleeing Bark Mirror Emperor. It was a beautiful world inside the seal star. Beams of golden light flashed through the sky above the boundless solid ground. Luo Feng merged his mind with the seal star and used his spiritual force to detect the external world around the star. It's kind of like the wormholes of the secret region, thought Luo Feng. Previously, a wormhole had sent to the 5-colored pool, and luckily, he had gotten the space heart as a result. Well, here I am, he said. But as Luo Feng felt the surroundings becoming steady, he inspected the external world, and his heart missed a beat. He could distinctly sense an army formed by life forms of other races, all of whom had red, burly bodies, and bloody horns. They appeared to be of the same race as the Universe Knight that had chased after Bark Mirror Emperor. A squad of warriors, closest to the portal of the whirlpool, suddenly flew toward it, approaching the seal star. A valuable one said. What valuable is it, said another. When they felt a spiritual force passing through their bodies, all of them started to roar furiously. An invader from another race. Other races trespassing. So The star disappeared, instantly replaced by a silver-armored, silver-winged man. Luo Feng looked around and saw 300 warriors, all of whom were undying fighters. The leader had such powerful energy that he might have been an invincible emperor. Luo Feng felt numb. Even the human race did not have the ability to deploy 300 undying fighters to guard a single area. For a random squad stationed here to be so strong, he thought, looking around in astonishment. According to my knowledge of this place, this isn't the only 9 remoteness whirlpool in 9 remoteness ocean. I wonder if all of them are so heavily guarded. Many of the bloody horned warriors grew eager like predators in the presence of prey. Sorry, said Luo Feng, can't stick around. So Luo Feng shook his wing and started to fly away. Intruder, one of them roared. Quick, go after him, the captain shouted. First team and second team, follow me. Third team, stay here. Hell! Hell! Suddenly, one bloody shadow after another flew up into the sky, roaring, and raced toward Luo Feng. As soon as Luo Feng breached the ocean, he felt the stark difference between the outside world and the sky and land, which were so different from other districts. In 9 remoteness, space stars shone in the sky, and a blurry, bloody mist permeated the air, giving the entire sky and land unparalleled strength. The resistance is so strong, he said. Suddenly, he realized that the strange strength here stopped the space ripple completely, thus suppressing God country transportation. No teleportation, he muttered in disbelief. No God country transportation. Finally, Luo Feng understood why even universe night-level great beings could only arrive here through the 9 remoteness whirlpool. Teleportation and God country transportation were impossible. Hell! Ha ha ha! Laughing voices blasted Luo Feng's ears. With undying energy, he looked back to see a multitude of bloody figures dashing toward him. Foreign invader, roared the captain, this sky and land belong to our race. While you are heavily suppressed here, we are unaffected. There's no way you can get away. Luo Feng could feel the bloody mist suppressing the space ripple, yet these creatures flew unaffected. You, merely undying fighters, want to catch up with me, Luo Feng said. Hang! His Shirwu wings ripped through the air, causing space turbulence as his speed surged, and he shot into the distance. The warriors could only watch as the intruder flew farther and farther away. Soon, he became a small, silver spot, then vanished. They stood there, perplexed and staring at each other. How could he be so fast, they asked one another. He's only an undying fighter from a foreign race. How can he be faster than us here in our homeland? The 300 undying warriors were unprepared for this. They were highly experienced in dealing with foreign invaders. The speed of undying fighters of other races was always sharply reduced when they entered their homeland, thus allowing them to easily outpace any intruders. If it was a universe night, they would immediately report it and ask the universe knights of their race to take up the matter, but this one had only been a normal undying fighter. Damn it, roared the biggest of the bloody horned warriors, we let an undying fighter from another race get away. The warriors looked to their captain. What should we do, Captain? What now? The burly figure growled, we report what happened, of course, unless you want to die. Stars shone in the sky, dimmed by the bloody mist hanging over the land. Mountains, streams, and forests covered the land. When Luo Feng finally felt confident that he had evaded the 300 warriors, he slowed to a halt and looked around. Such a large world, he said. I've flown 6 billion miles already, and haven't T. encountered any other life forms. This race must only have a small number of creatures, but they're all incredibly powerful. He sat down with his legs crossed. No teleportation and no God country transportation, he thought, which means I can't break out of here. All I can do is wait to be killed by this race like a lamb awaiting the slaughter. Luo Feng checked his coordinates and found that, strangely, this sky and land were at the bottom of the Nine Remoteness Ocean. I'm at the center of Nine Remoteness Ocean, he muttered to himself. According to my coordinates, it's still inside Nine Remoteness space. Though I can't teleport myself, my Masha body could use his talent technique. Domain to get in, he thought. As long as Masha body isn't also hunted, he should be able to get here without any trouble. I'll wait here first, he said. Masha body has been floating for such a long time on his approach to the World Tree, and it's only a month before he reaches the final stage of the mission. Luo Feng pondered the situation for a while and concluded that what happened around him was already beyond his control, whereas he was confident that Masha body could get a twig and leaf of the World Tree this time. I can't give up now, he decided. Besides, escape is not guaranteed. Even if Masha body were to enter now, I need to get in touch with my teacher first. Just as Luo Feng connected to Primal Chaos City leader through the virtual universe, members of the indigenous race were communicating with each other through the virtual world they had set up in Nine Remoteness space. In an opulent palace in an ancient city at the center of Nine Remoteness space, a burly black-armored universe knight roared with fury. A foreign invader, you can't even catch an undying fighter from another race. Follow me, my children. Yes, General. The burly universe knight led an elite team of 10 warriors to fly out from the city. Mama Tua, a voice said within the universe knight's head. His godly body trembled before he stopped, and the warriors, behind him, followed his lead. General, the warriors said, confused. It was the prince, the burly universe knight said in a deep voice. Prince. The 10 captain-level elite warriors were all started. They quickly began to grovel, along with their general, as in the distance, tens of creatures flew out of the most towering palace of the ancient city. 3 of them were unbelievably powerful. They reached the group in no time. Your Highness, the Universe Knight level general said, bowing to show respect. Your Highness, echoed the 10 warriors behind him as they kneeled. The leader of the creatures that had just arrived had a handsome face covered in red engravings. He wore gorgeous armor of gold and red, emanating a powerful ripple that could only have come from a true treasure. He was the prince, and he stood apart from all the others of his race. He looked as if he were from a different race entirely. General Ma Tua, said the prince in a fair voice, I just heard that a team under your command found a foreign invader. He is only an undying fighter. Yet he managed to escape your team. Yes, Your Highness, the burly general answered respectfully. Interesting, the prince continued, an undying fighter with such power. I heard that out of the heirs in the ancestral god school, some undying fighters are mighty. I'm also undying. Who is better, I wonder, him or me? You have invincible power, Your Highness, answered General Ma Tua. That invader is not your match. We can't underestimate other races, the prince said. Lead the way, let us go. Hunt this undying fighter from another race. The burly general was dazed. You're afraid that I might run into danger? The prince asked. No, that's not what I meant, Your Highness, the general answered. Humph, all of my 107 brothers are still alive, the prince said confidently. How dangerous can it be go? Yes, Your Highness, the general said, with no choice but to follow orders. So the great beings departed to hunt down this undying fighter alongside their prince. At the apex of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, outside the palace, surrounded by fog, Luo Feng showed up. Things are out of my control, Luo Feng said, standing in front of the palace and pondering what had happened. If I can't get out there, my treasures will get taken away, it'll be difficult to get them back. Luo Feng, said a voice. Luo Feng was dazed and turned his head. He saw someone in a golden cape standing beside the cliff. It was Primal Chaos City leader, who was overlooking Thunder Island below him. Luo Feng walked towards him and saluted teacher. Primal Chaos City leader glimpsed at Luo Feng and smiled. You came here to see me, but you're wandering outside the door you told me before. You were going to 9 remoteness space to find the twigs and leaves of world trees to breed your third body. What happened? Did something go wrong? Luo Feng answered respectfully. I've been following my plan with the world trees, and I hope I can get some. However, something happened to my original Earthling body. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. My original Earthling body was hiding in Rock Island, the safest place in 9 remoteness space, but I didn't expect another group of heirs to arrive. One of them was Bark Mirror Emperor. He's famous for his tracking skills, and that was how he found me. He's jealous of my true treasures, and he attacked me. Bark Mirror Emperor, Primal Chaos City leader, was startled. How did you escape? If he attacked you, have you lost your true treasures to him? No, Luo Feng shook his head. I got away. You got away? Primal Chaos City leader was bewildered. Although he's only an undying fighter, he can rival a universe knight, especially with his talent. Technique. I have another true treasure to protect my soul, Luo Feng said. Another true treasure. Primal Chaos City leader furrowed his brow. He could infer from Luo Feng's past battles that Luo Feng's spiritual force weapon was a true treasure, but he didn't expect him to have a third true treasure that could protect his soul. Luo Feng, he said, how many true treasures do you have now? Luo Feng was a bit embarrassed. 3 Shiwu Wing, spiritual force weapon, and a true treasure to protect my soul. Only 3. Only 3, Primal Chaos City leader said. I only had 1 true treasure when I was a sector lord. Count yourself lucky. Luo Feng was a bit perturbed. What if Primal Chaos City leader teacher asked him where he had obtained the other 2 true treasures? Even if you have a true treasure to protect your soul, Bark Mirror Emperor has the power of a universe knight, and 1 let you go that easily, said Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng was relieved that his teacher didn't ask where the 2 true treasures had come from. Otherwise, he would have to lie. After all, Star Tower was the biggest secret. True treasures like Star Map and Shiwu Wing were looked down upon by lots of universe masters, who gave them to the great beings of their own races. True treasures like Skywolf Palace were desired by universe masters, and true treasures like Thousand Treasure River were craved for by universe masters. As for the top-tier ones like Star Map, they would send the races of the universe into a frenzy. Even by the most powerful beings in the universe longed for them, just like 5-color Aurora Lake, which protected the greatest power in the universe. Luo Feng knew that the secret of Star Tower could not be exposed before he could fully control it otherwise, no matter how many people were on his side. He wouldn't be able to stop the mad desire of the other great beings. Theoretically, I wouldn't have gotten away, said Luo Feng. However, he was chasing me in the 9 remoteness space. I found the 9 remoteness whirlpool and thought it would be difficult to get the true treasures back if they fell into the hands of Bark Mirror Emperor. Although the 9 remoteness whirlpool is famously hazardous, I figured I wouldn't die instantly, at least, so I dove into the whirlpool. He paused for a moment. 9 remoteness whirlpool was kind of similar to a wormhole. I went to another world. A group of special organisms live there, all of whom are tall and red with bloody horns. There are hundreds of undying fighters of another race guarding the entry point. Luckily, I managed to escape. I think there will be more great beings coming after me, and I can neither teleport nor cast God country transportation in that world. The only thing I can do is to stall the sky and land. There are enormous, so I might be able to avoid detection for a while. Primal Chaos City leader nodded his head mildly. You did the right thing. Bark Mirror Emperor comes from the Northern Territory Alliance, and their behavior has been tyrannical. You won't get your belongings back if you lose them to them. Luo Feng began to sweat. Tower Pearl was connected to the most vital things. Although it was unlikely that Bark Mirror Emperor would recognize that Star Tower would acknowledge someone as its master only after the Tower Pearl merged with that creature's soul, which was why it had to be protected at all costs. Luo Feng looked at Primal Chaos City leader. What should I do now? Haha, are you asking a favor now? Said Primal Chaos City leader, a smile on his face. I've never been to the Ancestral God secret region, and I know little about it, but I know some of the most terrifying beings in the Ancestral God secret regions who can roam the universe. What are the universe coordinates of this strange land? Below 9 remoteness ocean, Luo Feng said. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Then I've guessed correctly. I can only sense the keepsake you left there, and it's being interfered with by that realm. There are only a few beings in the universe that are capable of doing that. Luo Feng was startled. That was the saving object his teacher had given to him, and it was used to call for help from his teacher in a crucial moment. I've never been to 9 remoteness space, but I know the master of 9 remoteness space is called 9 remoteness master, said Primal Chaos City leader. The sky and land you're currently in is his home. 9 remoteness master. Luo Feng blinked his eyes. That's right, he is a universe master. Of course, you mustn't compare him with Master of Sky Wolf. 9 remoteness master is at least as powerful as me. Luo Feng was shocked. At least as powerful as his teacher. Primal Chaos City leader had 3 bodies, and all of which were incredibly powerful. To think that 9 remoteness master was his teacher's equal. 9 remoteness master can roam the universe, and almost no one is his better. Primal Chaos City leader continued. Even the Ancestral God School treats him with respect, and the 3 Ancestral Gods are friends with him. 9 remoteness master deals with things that they and the Beast Gods find tricky. Luo Feng listened carefully. He is mighty, Primal Chaos City leader said, especially in 9 remoteness space, his home there. He is invincible, and no one in the universe can possibly defeat him. Luo Feng opened his eyes wide. There was no need for his teacher to lie to him. Everybody said Primal Chaos City leader was unbeatable while within the primal universe. Little did they know that 9 remoteness master was also undefeatable while in 9 remoteness space. In 9 remoteness space, he can realize his full potential, primal chaos. City leader explained the most powerful world tree and some other beings that have the power of universe masters as long as they live in 9 remoteness space. They all serve 9 remoteness master, that sy other supreme beings of the universe are reluctant to go there. They are at a disadvantage in 9 remoteness space. I also don't want to go to that place. Undying fighters and universe knights are willing to venture there for a chance to acquire some valuables, but real universe masters are not. 9 remoteness master is always ruthless. It's difficult for him to kill a universe master in other places, but in his 9 remoteness space, it's easy for him to do so. Luo Feng was amazed. He had never expected such a supreme being to be hidden in 9 remoteness space. The heirs throughout history only knew basic facts of that realm. They were not strong enough to make this supreme being show himself. He is invincible, Luo Feng said, thinking about his destiny. Teacher is invincible in the primal universe, and 9 remoteness master is invincible in 9 remoteness space. Can I be like them, undefeatable in the universe? Someday in the future. They were only invincible in certain places, but it was a tempting thought. As long as they placed one of their bodies in that place, they were immortal. Primal Chaos City leader did not answer, but said, 9 remoteness master is my equal, and we have cooperated several times. Besides, he owes me a favor. Owes you a favor, Luo Feng said. If you really run into danger and can't manage to escape, Primal Chaos City leader said, looking at Luo Feng, shout out, 9 remoteness space. I'm a disciple of Chaos. 9 remoteness master controls 9 remoteness space. Completely nothing that happens there can be hidden from him. He ll know when you shout out, no matter what kind of danger you're in, he ll make sure you're safe. Luo Feng understood. I only ask that you don't cash in that favor if you don't need to, Primal Chaos City leader said. Do it only if there's literally nothing else you can do. Luo Feng was moved, and he nodded. I understand. Returning a favor was no easy matter, a supreme being like 9 remoteness master owing a favor. This was so rare that it was as worthy of a true treasure. If you do shout out, you can request that he do something for you, Primal Chaos City leader said. For instance, you can tell him that you want the leaves and twigs of that sector Lord level world tree. He ll say yes to this kind of request, but remember, such a favor will not be easy to return. I understand. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. He still had Masha body, which at least gave him a small chance of escape. He wouldn't cash in the favor unless he was at an impasse. Primal Chaos City leader smiled and said, go. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng saluted the leader and disappeared in a world permeated with blood-red mist. I didn't expect the entire 9 remoteness space to belong to 9 remoteness master, Luo Feng thought, hiding in the grass. 9 remoteness master is invincible here. Is it because this special environment helps with his amplification? Luo Feng pondered the possibilities. This was all far beyond his understanding. He muttered, why are they looking for me? Luo Feng connected to World of Glory with his mind. In the open-air square of World of Glory, all the heirs looked to Luo Feng, who had just shown up. Look, it's Blade River Emperor. Blade River Emperor showed up. He's incredible. It's difficult to kill him with his talent clone technique. Luo Feng felt a bit awkward being stared at like this. Why are they all staring at me? These heirs were all peerless talents, and his 620,000 battles were things of the past. He had entered the world of glory plenty of times before, but only a small portion of the heirs noticed him then. Now, everyone was staring at him, as if he were a treasure to be claimed. "Blade River," Cha Man Emperor yelled from a corner. Luo Feng walked toward him, attracting attention everywhere he walked. All the heirs were speaking in low voices, while staring at him. He was further perplexed. "Blade River Emperor, do you still have your true treasure, the wings?" A voice called out. Luo Feng glanced at the heirs from other races. Many were grinning and shouting at him. They were from Northern Territory Alliance, and their faces, covered with cuticles, disgusted Luo Feng. Luo Feng sat down at the table with Cha Man Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor, all of whom were his closest allies among the heirs. "From Hong Alliance, what's going on?" he asked. Cha Man Emperor blocked the sound around them and started to whisper. "Blade River, I heard you were hunted by Bark Mirror Emperor and got trapped in 9 Remoteness Whirlpool, is that true?" Luo Feng was shocked. He'd only been trapped there for a short while. The news had spread quickly. "So it's true?" Thousand Rain Emperor asked, surmising the truth from the expression on Luo Feng's face. Luo Feng nodded yes. There was no need to hide the truth if everyone already knew. "You're really trapped in the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool." Thousand Rain Emperor continued. "That place, even a universe knight is unlikely to survive there." Lili Emperor and Cha Man Emperor, who sat beside him, gazed worriedly at Luo Feng. Cha Man Emperor added, "They say you were hunted, and your true treasure, the set of wings, was left in that dangerous place." "Where did you guys hear this?" Luo Feng couldn't help asking. "The heirs are talking about it in the square," Cha Man Emperor answered, "and after a short while, everyone knew. I heard you were chased by Bark Mirror Emperor, and you resorted to diving into the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool." "Did you really die in the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool?" Lili Emperor asked. Many heirs presumed that Luo Feng had already died once and had resurrected himself using his clone technique, leaving his true treasure abandoned there. Luo Feng shook his head. "I was trapped in the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool, but I didn't die immediately. I unintentionally entered a dangerous world, and I'm still there, just struggling to survive. It seems you guys knew about it immediately after I got trapped." Word spread pretty quickly. It must have been here Crow Knight or Bark Mirror Emperor or their sidekicks who had spread the news. "Where did the 9 Remoteness Whirlpool lead?" asked Cha Man Emperor. "How dangerous is it?" Lili Emperor asked. Thousand Rain Emperor just stared at Luo Feng. This was classified information. Secrets about this place were considered invaluable intelligence that should not be leaked. Only information about places that could be easily discovered by the heirs was made public. "It's dangerous," said Luo Feng. "Highly dangerous." Luo Feng summarized the bloody horned universe knight who had chased Bark Mirror Emperor. "I can't teleport or use God Country transportation there," he said in a low voice. "Also, there are hordes of great beings. I'm still struggling. Chances are I won't make it out." "No teleportation and no God Country transportation." Cha Man Emperor, Lili Emperor and Thousand Rain Emperor were stupefied. "Isn't that a world of sealing treasure?" Cha Man Emperor said. Luo Feng sighed. There was no way out. Even he didn't die. It would be tragic for a great being to be trapped in an alternate world for an eternity. "I can't talk with you guys for long. I need to run for my life." And with that, Luo Feng disappeared. Cha Man Emperor, Lily Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor all committed the secret of the 9 remoteness whirlpool to memory. This was no ordinary intelligence. Luo Feng Wen Ti have told them if you were not close to them. While Luo Feng was running through that world, trying to flee from the creatures as quickly as possible, everyone was talking about him in the world of glory. When Bark Mirror Emperor arrived in the open-air square, they stared at him, just as they had stared at Luo Feng. Immediately, heirs began approaching him and asking questions. Bark Mirror Emperor. It's Bark Mirror Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor, I heard that you chased Blade River Emperor, and he got trapped in 9 remoteness whirlpool. Is that true? Humph! Bark Mirror Emperor snorted. Without saying anything, he walked to the place where heirs from Northern Territory Alliance gathered. He had planned to adventure in 9 remoteness space after failing to take Blade River Emperor's true treasures, but he had received an email from his friend suddenly and realized the news of him chasing Blade River Emperor had been spread through the world of glory. Damn it, said Bark Mirror Emperor, it's either here Crow Knight or those other 5 bastards, but those 5 don't have the guts to do that. It must be here Crow Knight, who's telling everyone the news. He's not stupid, though, thought Bark Mirror Emperor. Blade River Emperor owning a soul, true treasure is new information. He's smart enough not to spread that information. Bark Mirror Emperor sat down with the group of Northern Territory Alliance heirs. He glanced at the heirs around him. I know everyone's curious about this, said Bark Mirror Emperor. He smirked. I have no idea who spread this news, but it's true. Blade River Emperor indeed dove into the 9 remoteness whirlpool after I ran after him. Haha. Even Universe Knights find it difficult to survive in the 9 remoteness whirlpool. Even though Blade River Emperor has a clone technique, his true treasures will be lost there. Bark Mirror Emperor was bold enough to admit everything without being questioned. 6 days later, on Bauhinia Island sat palaces of all kinds hung. A sudden, powerful force from the Origin Law shook Bauhinia Island. Lots of heirs on Bauhinia Island gathered and looked at the center of the Origin Law energy, the palace of True Yen Emperor. A 5-colored whirlpool came into being above the palace. Gold, wood, water, fire, and ground. All the 5 law forces merged and led to a nobler, more vigorous Origin Law energy, which was the center of the 5-colored whirlpool. After that, it turned hollow like a mystical portal connecting to the land of origin. Immense godly energy entered the palace of True Yen Emperor. All the figures flew up in the sky over Bauhinia Island, watching the scene, thrilled and envious. Who made their breakthrough? Space Law. Who fully comprehended Space Law and became a Universe Knight. More than 100 million heirs were stuck in that step, craving for that day to come for them. Whose palace is that? I don't know. Me neither. Who became a Universe Knight? Don't know. Only a few of the heirs knew. Even most of the members of the Hong Alliance had no idea. It was Cha Man Emperor who said, that palace is right next to Blade River Emperor the other heir of our human race. 2 heirs came. Last time. One is Blade River Emperor, the other is True Yen Emperor. True Yen Emperor. True Yen Emperor became a Universe Knight. Lots of heirs within the Hong Alliance were astonished. True Yen Emperor has been stuck in the last step forever. Now that he finally made his breakthrough, we must visit and congratulate him. No need to rush. It's a crucial time for True Yen Emperor. He surely Absorbing godly power now, he can't waste any time. On the way to becoming a great being, the three most significant milestones were becoming an undying fighter, becoming a universe knight, and becoming a universe master. At those crucial times, and universe origin law would arrive. Especially the first time when an ordinary body turned into a godly body, it could take in as much godly power as it wanted. When someone became a universe knight or a universe master, he couldn't absorb that much godly power, but it was considerably more than usual. When the origin law arrived, it connected to the law ocean, and energy could be soaked up without boundaries. Unfortunately, origin law would only stay for a while and would disappear afterward, which was why there was only a short window to absorb the godly power. After a moment, all the ripple dissipated, and some of the heirs and even universe knights went to visit True Yen Emperor. Jia. The door opened. True Yen Knight looked outside with a big smile. Haha, come on in. Congratulations, True Yen Emperor. No, excuse me, True Yen Knight. Congratulations, True Yen, you're officially a universe knight. Unlike Luo Feng, True Yen Emperor had many more friends, and lots of universe knights were close to True Yen Emperor. Finally, after such a long time, I'm a universe knight, True Yen Knight said, nodding. He didn't look apathetic anymore. Instead, he looked vigorous. How much godly power did you take in? I tried my best to absorb as much as I could just now, said True Yen Knight. My godly body was improved by 92%. Not 100%. We humans have smaller bodies and don't have much undying power. You should grasp the chance and improve 100%. The larger a body was, the more difficult it was to improve it 100% in the case of the enormous world trees. If they became universe knights, they could take in more godly power than True Yen Emperor in a short period of time, but compared to their sizes, it was nothing they would need to cultivate for a long time after that. True Yen Knight's genes evolved tenfold after becoming a universe knight. His godly body's limit is higher. Storing 92% is good enough. True Yen Knight was talking with other great beings, but he was also confused to note that his disciple Luo Feng hadn't come to congratulate him on becoming a universe knight. In True Yen's palace, all the other great beings were warm and cheerful. It was always to be on good terms with the universe knight, and the other universe knights in the Hong Alliance were pretty close with True Yen. Why? Because not all universe knights were the same. Those who had evolved from pinnacle emperors were completely different from universe knights who had evolved from invincible emperors. There were two kinds of invincible emperors. Silver Eye represented the first type. He had a high life level, thus, it was easy for him to become an invincible emperor. True Yen Emperor represented the second type. He was at an average level within his race and struggled to improve his genes. They were blessed if they could improve it 10 times. How difficult it was for them to become invincible emperors. They had to first survive universe knights. This path required some distinctive special skills. Both of them had great combat power. After becoming universe knights, a warrior of the first type had a great godly body after turning into a universe knight. As for the second type, if one could survive universe knight attacks when they were only an undying fighter, how mighty would they be after becoming a universe knight? Eventually, all the guests left except for Wu Tang Knight. Wu Tang Knight and True Yen Knight had been close friends for a long time, even remaining close after Wu Tang Knight became a universe knight. Wu Tang, True Yen Knight said, "Do you know what's going on with Blade River?" "Emperor, I came here with him, and we accepted our inheritance together at the beginning, but after that, I started to live in seclusion and haven tea herd." "Anything about him? Do you know anything?" "He had become a universe knight, yet Luo Feng Han Ti come to congratulate him. He knew something was wrong." Wu Tang Knight had a firm voice. "You don't know anything that's happened. Since then you've really missed a lot." Blade River Emperor stole everyone's thunder by accepting all the battle invitations sent to him by the heirs on this island. Wu Tang Knight started to elaborate from Luo Feng's 620,000 battles to the assassination attempt and to what had happened recently in 9 remoteness space. True Yen Emperor was beaming at first, but as the story went on, his face took on a ghastly expression, especially when he heard how Luo Feng had nearly been assassinated and was now trapped in an impasse because of Bark Mirror Emperor. "They say Blade River Emperor is Luo Feng," Wu Tang Knight said, smiling at True Yen. "Is Blade River Emperor really your disciple?" "You don't need to worry about that," True Yen said. "Haha," Wu Tang Knight nodded with a smile. "I need to ask you a favor," True Yen said. "Just say the word," replied Wu Tang Knight. He truly did value True Yen highly. For one thing, they had been confidants before, plus, he believed True Yen had a bright future ahead of him given humans' talents, each invincible emperor that could make a breakthrough and become a universe knight was extraordinary. "I need some information on the dangerous places in the ancestral god secret region," True Yen said, "especially 9 remoteness space." "You want to go there?" Wu Tang Knight answered. "Are you kidding?" Fierceness flashed through True Yen's eyes. "How could I not go?" "Haha," the ferocious True Yen. Wu Tang nodded. "I've already sent all the information to you through virtual universe." True Yen grinned. "I've been in Primal Chaos City for hundreds of millions of years. I wonder if anyone remembers me after only half a day." After True Yen was in his palace, patiently preparing. "My old friend," he said, "perhaps you feel really lonely after hundreds of millions of years of not being used." Suddenly, a black staff appeared in True Yen's hands, and there were 2 golden hoops on each end of the staff. The staff looked like a simple antique, which was a treasure True Yen had obtained when adventuring in the universe. Long ago, it had remained by his side through countless adventures, and its killing power had helped make him an invincible emperor. "My disciple treats me as his family," he said. "I couldn't have become a universe knight without him." This Bark Mirror Emperor dared to bully my disciple as such. How can I spare him a special life form, skilled at soul attack and inspection? True Yen suddenly became aggressive. In the past, he had roamed the universe, killing countless fighters. To become an invincible emperor, he had lived in seclusion for so long that many of the undying of his generation had died. "I've created 3 pinnacle techniques during the past few hundred million of years. Now that I'm a universe knight, I'll try them on you first." Madness filled True Yen Emperor's eyes. He had provoked universe knights before and had survived. He was born to be reckless. His disposition grew savage after an eternity spent in Primal Chaos City. The real True Yen was back. So True Yen flew out of his palace and teleported to the spring portal in front of the palace of the guarding beast god and entered the secret region. A universe knight could teleport over 1,000 light years in less than half a day. True Yen arrived at Rock Island in 9 remoteness space. I'll wait here. Tru Yen sat at the apex of a mountain with his legs crossed based on the information Wu-Tang gave me. The heirs adventuring here will often come back to Rock Island and rest, so when Bark Mirror Emperor comes back. Tru Yen closed his eyes. He was like a tiger, relaxed, yet ready to pounce and kill at any moment. Under Rock Island and at the bottom of Nine Remoteness Ocean, in another world, Luo Feng fled helter-skelter, doing his best just to stay ahead of the army by moving as quickly as possible. So. 3 shadows flashed in the sky and stopped. They were the noble prince and his 2 universe knights. Both of the universe knights had red skin and bloody horns. Coldness flashed in the princess' eyes. We still haven't found this foreign invader, even after all this time. Your Highness, the lanky universe knight said, our Nine Remoteness world is vast, and that intruder must constantly be fleeing from us. Perhaps he is far away by now. It could take some time to find him. Some time? How long? The prince frowned. I'll give an order now. In my territory, each city shall designate half of its soldiers to search for the intruder from another race. Each of them will connect to the virtual world. And if anyone finds him, they will alert me right away, and all the soldiers must remain connected to the virtual world, with their minds being disconnected means death at the hands of that intruder. Each prince was in charge of one territory, and they were the only leaders of their territories, respectively. The prince gave an order to all the armies under him through the virtual world. A great number of Undying warriors and Sector Lord level warriors flocked to the sky and flew out in different directions. Each of the warriors was responsible for one area. Search. Quickly. Go search the Undying intruder. The creatures in Nine Remoteness world were special, as they all had red bodies and bloody horns. They were high-powered life forms with great talents. Like golden-horned beasts, they became sector lords automatically as they matured. However, their life level was the same as humans, as they didn't have talent techniques, since everyone could become a sector lord when they became adults. Sector lords were common in the cities, yet compared to humans, the race had a very small population. Hell. All the indigenous warriors were baying with excitement. They were distributed everywhere across the sky. Some of them used world projection, some used law domain, and some even used undying power inspection. In short, they were trying anything they could think of to search for Luo Feng. Nine Remoteness world was not very large, yet Luo Feng hadn't seen even a single member of the race. After more than 10 days fleeing, Luo Feng finally ran into the first searcher. While hiding beneath a lake, Luo Feng looked up and saw a bloody shadow flying quickly through the sky. At the same time, an undying power swept across the lake. Luo Feng hit himself with the micro-detector. He looked above and thought, "Humph, you think you can find me with such simple undying power inspection? Not while I've got the most advanced micro-detector I can afford." However, as the undying power passed over Luo Feng, it suddenly stopped. "No, I'm found," Luo Feng realized immediately. How could I be found? The bloody shadow in the sky wheeled around sharply, looked down, and grew excited. "Intruder," it wailed. So Luo Feng didn't have the luxury to ponder how he had been found. He flew out of the water, shook his wings, and shot across the sky like a beam of silver light. "Intruder, I found the intruder," the undying warrior screamed as it flew after Luo Feng, but it was being left farther and farther behind. He Immediately reported it through his virtual world. Haha, I found him this. Intruder thought I couldn't find him just because he used a detector. Haha. In our 9 remoteness world, my undying power is combined with 9 remoteness world energies, and I can distinguish all creatures outside of my race. Even universe knights cannot escape us once they're here. So. Luo Feng was terrifically fast, and he soon flew out of the Undying Warrior's sight. How could I have been found? Luo Feng was bewildered as he flew. Even invincible emperors can't find me when I turn my detector on. Bark Mirror Emperor found me because of his extraordinary inspection skills, but this was only an ordinary undying creature of this indigenous race. How did he find me? I'm in trouble, big trouble. Luo Feng knew peace was no longer an option. Indeed, at that moment, the prince raced toward the area with his 2 universe knights the moment he got the news, and he arranged some undying warriors and universe knights to stop Luo Feng. In the territory that the prince controlled, the Undying Warriors and Sector Lord warriors were distributed everywhere, searching for Luo Feng as a result, even though the prince had ordered them to encircle and suppress Luo Feng, it would take a long time for all the warriors to gather and arrive. Got to get out of here, thought Luo Feng. The army might be scattered among many places. They're probably trying to encircle me, but it might take them a long time to get here. I might still get away if I hurry. Luo Feng cast Shiwu Wing and started to fly rapidly, becoming a streak of silver light. I must take advantage of the time and get as far from them as possible, he said under his breath. I must not allow myself to be encircled, otherwise I'll be doomed. A great number of indigenous warriors gathered from all directions while Luo Feng tried to escape from their dragnet. On the second day, Luo Feng ran into 3 indigenous warriors consecutively. 2 of them were Undying Warriors, while 1 was a Sector Lord. Peng. Luo Feng's spiritual force entered that Sector Lord warrior, but all Luo Feng discovered there was a crystal. An energy life, he realized, like Masha body soul attack is useless on them. Luo Feng glanced at the indigenous Sector Lord warrior, knowing he wasn't able to manipulate him. He didn't want to waste time killing him, so he shook his wings and flew away. The indigenous Sector Lord warrior was perplexed. He didn't kill me. He immediately reported it through the virtual world. I found the intruder. I found the fighter from another race. On the second day, Luo Feng encountered 3 indigenous warriors. On the third day, 12. On the fourth day, 21. On the fifth day, he encountered 52 indigenous warriors. As time passed by, the scattered indigenous warriors were continuously gathering, giving Luo Feng a stronger and stronger sense of crisis, but he couldn't do anything about it. The enemies knew his whereabouts. But on the 6th day, something strange happened. He only ran into 1 indigenous warrior. The same thing happened on the 7th day, and all the way up to the 12th day. Something's wrong, Luo Feng said. The natives had been tracking me for the past couple of days. They were encircling and suppressing me. The other day, 11 undying fighters tried to team up and kill me. Why have they all disappeared now? Luo Feng sensed a storm coming. He was caught like a rat in a trap. Things were serious this time. In the sky above the mountain valley, the noble and elegant prince and his 2 universe knight servants stood in the sky. I didn't expect that foreign undying fighter to be so good at escaping. The Prince said, smiling, the undying fighters from my race can't even catch him. It seems we need to treat him like a universe knight. Your Highness, the dragnet is almost complete, the thin universe knight said. Respectfully, the 9 generals are all in place and awaiting your orders. Soon the army will capture him. That intruder has no chance to run away. Don't rush, I'll go there first, the prince smiled. I'm curious about this. Powerful undying fighter, it'll be a pity to let the generals kill him. I'll do it myself. Yes, Your Highness, the 2 universe knights answered with respect. Go, the prince ordered. So they flew directly to the dragnet circle. Even the superior prince didn't have any universe knights to serve him. 9 generals were the extent of his influence. Fortunately, it was safe for him in 9 remoteness space, thus he could send all the generals there. The native warriors must be preparing to besiege me, said Luo Feng. He stood at the edge of a swamp and frowned. There are probably multiple waves of them. Even if I manage to break through the first wave, the rest of the warriors will draw closer to me. There might even be some teams led by universe knights. Luo Feng had seen indigenous universe knight warriors before. Even Bark Mirror Emperor would have to run from them. I'll be doomed if I run into a native warrior at the universe knight level. Luo Feng frowned. Execute the body plan. So. 9 figures showed up around Luo Feng. All of them were from other races. Master of Master, they said in unison, saluting Luo Feng. Turn into me, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Master. All the undying slaves had different forms of godly bodies, and all of them transformed their shapes into that of Luo Feng. The only difference was their aura's undying fighters could transform their shapes, although, if they were too large, their strength would be undermined, but that didn't matter to Luo Feng. As for different auras, only a few of the indigenous fighters had seen Luo Feng, and it was almost impossible for the entire army to recognize him. Follow my lead, Luo Feng ordered. You're number 1, and you're number 2. You 2 will move first. With that, Luo Feng initiated his plan. His slaves also had slaves, especially ordinary undying fighters, and official level ones. Luo Feng didn't mind losing 9 of them if that was what it took to get out of here. Yes, slave number 1 and slave number 2 followed, flying away. Luo Feng's plan depended on the 9 decoys luring the indigenous warriors to change their plan. Just as he was executing his plan, he received a message from the world of glory. The message was simple: True Yan Knight is fighting the Northern Territory Alliance. Luo Feng nearly jumped out of his skin. True Yan Knight, my teacher became a universe knight, and he's fighting the Northern Territory Alliance. How is my teacher fighting Northern Territory Alliance? Bark Mirror Emperor came to mind. Although Luo Feng was still carrying out his escape plan, it would take him 2 to 3 days to finish that. He spared a bit of his mind to connect to the world of glory. In the open-air square of the world of glory. Again, Luo Feng's appearance drew the attention of the other heirs. He went to where the Hong Alliance was gathered. What happened? Luo Feng said down and looked at Chaman Emperor, Lili Emperor, and Thousand Rain Emperor. They're fighting. Thousand Rain Emperor said, excited. It's madness. True Yan Knight is impressive. Chaman Emperor said his time in seclusion has made him furious. Now that he has finally broke out, he is thrilling. Thrilling, indeed, Lili Emperor said. Really thrilling. Come on, tell me what happened. Luo Feng was totally lost. True Yan Emperor became a universe knight, and what's his issue with Northern Territory? Alliance. They all looked at Luo Feng. Rumor had it that Luo Feng was Blade River Emperor, and if that was true, it was understandable why Blade River Emperor cared about True Yan Knight so much. True Yan Emperor became a universe knight around half a month ago, Cha Man Emperor said. After that, he left Bauhinia Island. We don't know where he went, but now we presume he went to 9 remoteness space. 9 remoteness space. Luo Feng's heart missed a beat. Yes, it happened today, Cha Man Emperor said with thrill. True Yan Knight and Bark Mirror Emperor began doing battle on Rock Island. True Yan Emperor defeated Bark Mirror Emperor, Thousand Rain Emperor said. Can you believe that Bark Mirror Emperor was almost killed and he survived? Only by summoning a great being from his Northern Territory alliance, and his name is Wanfeng Knight. Wanfeng Knight is a sub-member of the ancestral god school. Lili Emperor said he is powerful. It was him, said Luo Feng. Other than candidate prophets and candidate deified generals, only high achievers on the path of beast god inheritance, those who had at least completed the 5th level inheritance, were qualified to be sub-members of the ancestral god school. Shi Luo Duo, who had completed the 6th level inheritance, was a universe overlord. Wanfeng Knight, although not yet a universe overlord, was pretty close. And then Luo Feng asked nervously. True Yan Emperor pulled no punches, Cha Man Emperor said excitedly. After almost killing Bark Mirror Emperor, he started to fight Wanfeng Knight, but Wanfeng Knight is a sub-member of the ancestral god school. True Yan Knight is not his match. He fled from Wanfeng Knight and retreated back to Bauhinia Island. He successfully retreated, Luo Feng said, feeling relieved. Yes, Cha Man Emperor said, nodding. When True Yan Knight was still an emperor, he fought with universe knights, and he was able to survive. He's good at escaping. I heard that Bark Mirror Emperor is much slower than True Yan Knight, and couldn't he even get away if Wanfeng Knight hadn't he arrived when he did? Bark Mirror Emperor would have died. Luo Feng was amazed. His teacher was always so low-key. He had been hiding in Primal Chaos City for hundreds of millions of years, stuck at the final step. Little did others expect that he might be even faster than Bark Mirror Emperor. After becoming a universe knight, as well as being astoundingly aggressive, Luo Feng was happy for his teacher. Impressive, he said. My teacher can resist Bark Mirror Emperor's talent technique. Luo Feng was curious and exhilarated about that fight. He connected to the virtual universe and got in touch with his teacher in an exclusive area in the virtual universe. Each universe knight of the human race was granted a section of space. This one was a floating golden mountain. The apex of the golden mountain was covered with ice, and snow flames burned beneath the mountain, while in the middle lived countless black plants. They managed to grow tenaciously despite being constantly burned. Luo Feng showed up, smiled, and shouted, Teacher! True Yan Knight was sitting in his palace and drinking while wearing golden armor. Haha, come here, my disciple, True Yan Knight called to Luo Feng. Drink with me, I'm so joyful, so joyful. Luo Feng walked to his teacher without saying anything. Disciple, do you know why I'm so joyful? True Yan Knight looked at Luo Feng. Why? Luo Feng asked. Is it because of your recent battle? I expected to beat Bark Mirror Emperor easily, yet I was severely injured by that Wanfeng Knight. 54% of my godly body was gone. Why would I be joyful of that? True Yan Knight gritted his teeth. Luo Feng was curious. Then why are you so joyful, teacher? Windfall, True Yan Knight took the wine and drank 3 glasses of it. He then looked at Luo Feng with sparkling eyes. You know, I'm kind of lucky too. Although my luck is nothing compared to yours, it's still fairly good. Teacher, you got a valuable? Luo Feng asked. Wrong, True Yan Knight shook his head. When you become a universe knight, unless you make another breakthrough during your practice, getting a valuable is what makes you happiest. However, it's not accurate to say I got a new valuable. I didn't. The reason I'm happy is because the treasure I have turns out to be extraordinary. Although it's not a true treasure, it's definitely a top-tier treasure. Luo Feng smiled. Congratulations, teacher. I'm indeed happy. I didn't even find it special when I was an undying fighter. True Yan Knight said this was the first time I fought after becoming a universe knight. Under my new burning godly power, it evolved into a second form. It's definitely a top-tier treasure. If it has a third form, it's qualified as a true treasure. Luo Feng nodded. Sure. Wu Wing had 3 forms. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what kind of treasure are you talking about? Haha. True Yan Knight glanced at Luo Feng and continued, although I have great techniques, Bark Mirror Emperor is proficient in tracking and inspection, and he has incredible escaping skills. Even though I can suppress him, I can't stop him from running away from me. However, a pair of combat boots I had obtained before changed into their second form, revealing their real power. Those boots I created, the ones with the pinnacle technique, made me much faster. True Yan Knight said even Bark Mirror Emperor couldn't run away from me. I could even escape one Feng Knight, who is far stronger than me. My disciple, treasures that can help you flee are precious. One Feng Knight is as powerful as Shihua Knight. Being able to get away from him means I'm only an average level universe knight, but I'm much better at fleeing. Getting a treasure is indeed delightful, all the more so if you discover that an ordinary treasure you already possess is incredibly powerful. Luo Feng considered these words. Even a dusty old treasure might still shine someday. True Yan had also, finally, seized his opportunity to shine. After many long years, he now stood among the great beings of the universe. Teacher, said Luo Feng, you said you're only at the average level. How did you crush Bark Mirror Emperor? I've heard that lots of universe knights are afraid of him. Bark Mirror Emperor isn't that powerful himself, True Yan Knight explained. It's his talent techniques that make him strong. You should know, an ordinary universe knight has a godly body 100 times stronger than an emperor limit. Yes, I do. Luo Feng nodded. Even the most average universe knights have godly bodies 10 million times stronger than sector lords. True Yan Knight continued. Every universe knight will try to improve their life level. Generally, they can improve it several times. As for me, I've already improved mine 10 times after I became a universe knight. My godly body became 100 million times that of a sector lord. Bark Mirror Emperor's godly body is 2,000 times stronger than that of an average emperor limit, which means his godly body is only twice as powerful as mine. Luo Feng nodded. That gap was not excessively large. His godly body, together with his defending true treasures, is what gives him the leverage to rival ordinary universe knights. Unfortunately for him, his attacking skills are mediocre, and his godly body is only twice as powerful as mine. Besides, his law comprehension is worse than universe knights, and his techniques are weaker than most universe knights. That's why he has such mediocre attacking skills, he can only resort to his talent techniques. His talent techniques are indeed mighty, True Yan Knight went on. Fortunately, I'm on the warrior path. I've been studying soul defense technique, knowing that warriors are most vulnerable to soul attacks like illusions. I already had strong soul defense when I roamed the universe before, and it's already a pinnacle technique during my hundreds of millions of years in Chaos City. I spent much of my time and energy creating techniques because I knew I couldn't have a key breakthrough in law comprehension though. I'm not as talented as you. I created 3 pinnacle techniques after hundreds of millions of years of practice. The most useful and powerful one is soul defense technique. It's still a pinnacle technique, but it's 10 times sturdier than the original one. True Yan Knight smiled and added, my burning godly power, my soul defense technique, and my will after being polished for hundreds of millions of years give me the confidence to resist that soul attack. After all, Bark Mirror Emperor has never killed a Universe Knight up until now. Luo Feng nodded. Zhuchong Emperor had killed Universe Knights before, but Bark Mirror Emperor hadn't. I can withstand his talent technique attack. True Yan Knight grinned. After that, he'll be crushed on Bauhinia Island in Bark Mirror Emperor's palace. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Bark Mirror Emperor roared. His voice echoed through his palace. No one outside could hear it. Hatefulness filled his heart. Damn you, True Yan. Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his teeth. I remember you. Now, you dared attack me. You dared attack the great special organism you're seeking death. When I become a Universe Knight, I'll crush you like a bug. Impressive, though, that you could withstand my talent technique, and that staff technique is terrifying. Bark Mirror Emperor shuddered as he recalled what had happened. True Yan had almost killed him with the black staff. If I didn't have my true treasures, and if Wan Feng hadn't arrived in time. Bark Mirror Emperor shivered at the thought. Although his protecting true treasure was mighty, True Yan Knight was apparently more advanced at law comprehension, and the staff technique was exceptional. Even though the protecting real treasure was significantly weakened, his godly body still deteriorated. Bark Mirror Emperor was full of resentment, seething with insanity. He had never been so close to death before. The more he thought about it, the more he hated that human. Just you wait, he muttered. Someday, I'll become a Universe Knight. Just you wait. In the world of 9 remoteness space, Luo Feng's mind had just come back from the virtual universe. Rumor has it a Universe Knight turned from an invincible emperor is more powerful than ordinary Universe Knights. Luo Feng nodded. That rumor, it seems, is far from baseless. Practice makes perfect. My teacher is an invincible emperor already, and after practicing for an eternity, his techniques are constantly being refined. Now that he has made his breakthrough, he is magnificent. Luo Feng smiled. Masha body had finally reached the world trees. As long as I get a leaf from the world tree, muttered Luo Feng, I can breed my 3rd body, then I'll become undying. You dare to rob me, Bark Mirror Emperor. I shall kill you after I become undying. Luo Feng had extra confidence in himself. Once he became undying, his targets would be several Universe Knights, and some unique organisms like Zhuchong Emperor. As for Bark Mirror Emperor, he'd kill him directly. This shot determines whether or not I can get a leaf from the world tree. Luo Feng considered his future for a moment. He concentrated on his Masha body on Tree Island in 9 remoteness space. Beautiful plants covered the serene landscape of Tree Island. Seeds floated through the air. Masha Body's seed cluster landed on the ground beside the sector lord level. World tree. Arrived, Masha Body said this is it. He had been looking forward to this for a long time through the tiny filaments of the seed cluster. He could see everything in the front of him. The world tree towered over him, each of its leaves, like emerald jade's halos, surrounded the crown and the trunk. Meanwhile, in the cave of Rock Island, a pinnacle emperor slave with a flame origin crystal teleported himself 3 times. So. After the second teleportation, he arrived in the sky of the ocean. After the third, he arrived at the center of Tree Island, the domain of world trees. He arrived in the crown of the sector lord level world tree nearest to Masha Body, around 300,000 miles away. Explode. The pinnacle emperor slave through the flame origin crystal, then promptly teleported again, moving us 600,000 miles away. He arrived under a huge tree canopy. He started to attack the sector lord level world tree. The flame origin crystal exploded. Long. This flame origin crystal was more powerful than the one that had exploded last time and at a close enough range to kill a low emperor, and this was already a relatively weaker flame god crystal. In the aftermath of the explosion, everything close to the crystal was annihilated. In the distance, a plethora of twigs were blasted away like arrows, and the shredded leaves shot out in all angles, carried by the shockwave of the blast. Twigs of world trees, said the pinnacle emperor slave as it grabbed a twig. 1,000 feet thick break. The emperor slave tried to snap the twig. The sector lord world tree started to roar furiously. Its entire canopy trembled. Its twigs and leaves slashed at the pinnacle emperor slave. Damn other races, it roared. You dare to hurt me again. Die. Last time, the most powerful world tree had intervened, but it was not the case this time. Apparently, he wanted his child to suffer losses and learn some lessons. Besides, his godly power already surrounded the trunk of the sector lord level world tree, which guaranteed his child's survival. In that case, he would rather his child fight for itself and gain some experience. The pinnacle emperor slave burned its godly power like a star. The mighty burning, godly power deterred all the twigs and leaves around him. Snap. With a crisp snap, like a jade being broken, a twig with a diameter of more than 1,000 feet was cut off by the pinnacle emperor slave. Go. The pinnacle emperor slave was ready to teleport and leave. Following Luo Feng's order, he had thrown a flame origin crystal with his burning pinnacle emperor undying body. He had easily cut off a branch of that world tree. Then he grabbed a twig and fled. Halt. The most powerful world tree, observing from a distance, intervened. An invisible force penetrated the pinnacle emperor slave. Holding the offshoot, he trembled violently, then turned to dust that floated away on the breeze. Dead. Barely half a second had passed between from the appearance of the pinnacle emperor slave and its death. He was still killed, Masha Body thought from within the seed cluster. I assumed the pinnacle emperor slave throwing the flame god crystal would draw the universe night world tree's attention. I knew it would kill him. I just didn't expect it to give him a chance to break a twig first. Masha Body was perplexed. The most powerful world tree could have easily killed the slave the moment it detected him. Instead, it had waited. Luo Feng didn't he know what was going on between these world trees? One. Countless broken twigs and leaves had been blasted into the sky and scattered Everywhere the shockwave caused some plant seeds to fly around, and some of the twigs and leaves fell to where Masha Body's seed cluster lay. It's coming. Masha Body was expecting this, but he didn't dare react. Instead, he allowed himself to float along with the shockwave like an ordinary seed cluster. Who? There was only one leaf on one of the broken twigs, and it came toward Masha Body. This is the moment, he realized. Go. Masha Body hit a twig. Zoom. Silently, he teleported 50 light-years away, instantly leaving 9 remoteness. Space. At the center of Tree Island, within the domain of World Trees, the sector. Lord World Tree was trembling and roaring. It was me again. Why damn it. Haha, poor Seven, taunted its siblings. Seven, you told me to stay out of this, said its father, but if I had, your attacker would be gotten away. I told you to stay out of this, snarled the sector Lord World Tree. I'd rather my twigs be stolen. Why did you meddle, father? Don't kid yourself, echoed the gentle voice of the strongest World Tree. He can breed a life tree with that offshoot. I won. Let another race steal a World Tree offshoot. Humph. The sector Lord World Tree started to recover, and the broken leaves and twigs were flying back to its crown. It didn't even realize that a small twig was gone. The most powerful World Tree sensed this with its dominance over the time and space, but by the time it realized what had happened, Masha Body had already escaped 9 remoteness space. It wasn't strange for the sector Lord level World Tree not to realize its missing twig. There were fundamental differences between sector lords and undying fighters. Once the tree became undying, each leaf would merge into its soul imprint, meaning it could distinctly sense them. However, for sector Lord World Trees, they were still, in a way, mostly botanical. This one had no life imprint on any of its leaves. It couldn't feel them at all. The same rule applied to humans. If a human undying fighter lost his arm, and it was taken tens of light-years away, he could sense the arm's location. This was not the case for sector lords. With so much of its surroundings in ruins after the explosion, the sector Lord World Tree had no way of knowing that one of its twigs had been taken away. Teleportation, thought the most powerful World Tree universe. Night level teleportation. He concealed his aura so well that even I didn't notice it. Must be his talent technique. A universe knight who knows how to change his aura only stole a twig. The most powerful World Tree was perplexed, but it didn't dig into it, as its child losing a leaf was like a human losing some dandruff. In the space outside 9 remoteness space. So Luo Feng appeared dressed in black, holding the emerald leaf. Haha, finally, I've got it. He stared at the leaf on his hand and was extremely enlivened. My third body. If I'm lucky, I can breed a World Tree body with it. It'll be planted in my god country, which will be stabilized and strengthened by it. Given its size, it will be larger than the godly body of teachers was Shan, Ku, and teacher Primal Chaos City leader. Even if my other body's godly power was exhausted, they could be supplemented by the World Tree body. Godly power in the Law Ocean was the purest, and once it merged with a life imprint, it was godly power with a master. His original earthling body, Masha Body, Golden Horned Beast body, and the World Tree body would all be assembled by Luo Feng's soul imprint. Even if the Golden Horned Beast body lost 80% of its godly body, it could draw from the World Tree body, as 80% of a Golden Horned Beast was less than 1/10,000 of that of a World Tree. It can manipulate time and space too, if I can make it. He grew nervous. Wang. Emerald light flashed through the area, and an ordinary undying servant walked. Out of the light, this slave had been sent by golden horned beast in the primal secret region. Master of my master, the slave saluted Mashabadi. Go. Mashabadi took the slave and cast God Country Transportation. He used that slave as the center of God Country Transportation and arrived at the primal secret region. In the towering palace of the primal secret region, Tianqian Emperor stood in the palace, waiting. When Tianqian Emperor saw Mashabadi and the undying slave walking out of the emerald light, he bowed. Master. Mashabadi nodded, but he couldn't concern himself with anything else at the moment. He commanded, from now on, nobody is allowed in my palace. Yes, Master, Tianqian Emperor said reverently. So. Mashabadi disappeared. In the core of his internal world, golden horned beast body and Mashabadi stood on a boundless plain. Golden horned beast's mountainous head was drooping to look at the world tree's leaf which Mashabadi carried. The final obstacle, Mashabadi muttered, there's a limit to my internal world breeding, and it's almost 100 times the life level of golden horned beasts. The world tree barely falls within the limit of my internal world breeding. Will I succeed or fail? He was nervous after so much effort and suffering, and with his original earthling body trapped in the 9 remoteness world, Luo Feng didn't he regret everything he had gone through as long as he could have the third body. After all, it was difficult for him to have a powerful body suitable for him. One last plunge. Luo Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He had never felt so anxious before. All his 3 bodies were looking forward to the result that determined their fate. Zoom. A green light flew up in the sky, shining like an aurora. Both Mashabadi and golden horned beast body looked up. That leaf of the world tree flew higher and higher. The internal world had a diameter of more than 60 million miles. And the leaf didn't stop until it flew to the very core of the internal world. Talent technique clone. Luo Feng gave an order through his mind. He had 3 clone opportunities. 1 bred the earthling original body, 1 bred Mashabadi, and this was the final one. Hong, long, long. The entire internal world trembled, and endless world energies began to gather. All of a sudden, his internal world seemed to have met with the apocalypse. Meanwhile, a colossal golden sphere showed up in the sky. The critical moment. Mashabadi, golden horned beast body, and Luo Feng, trapped in 9 remoteness world, were all high-strung. Pung. The golden sphere trembled, which frightened Luo Feng and his bodies. Pung. The golden sphere trembled again. It was as if flame god crystals were exploding inside. Pung 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 pung. The golden sphere reverberated with incessant, powerful blasts. Luo Feng could feel the great pressure from the world tree's life imprint inside the golden sphere, and his internal world found it difficult to withstand it. Bang! Cracks appeared on that golden sphere. More of them gradually came into view. No, Luo Feng was shaken with fright. Pung! After one last quiver, the golden sphere exploded, turning into scattered world energies. The leaf of the world tree was annihilated. Luo Feng and the golden horned beast watched quietly in the aftermath of the explosion. The internal world was silent. In 9 remoteness world, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He clenched his fist as bitterness flashed in his eyes. The breeding had failed. Luo Feng squeezed the grass in front him so hard that it vanished. I failed at breeding the third body. Luo Feng felt like he had been knocked senseless. He hadn't even been this upset when his original earthling body was at an impasse. He had been improving himself ever since he stepped off Earth and entered the universe. He had made so many efforts, had climbed higher and higher on the ladder to becoming a great being. However, Luo Feng had to admit that Masha body and golden horned beast body helped him dearly in this process. Talent was just as important as a strong will and perseverance. A third body is vital to my future development and my future status in the universe, like Immortal Knight. Even though he is only a universe knight, no universe masters look down upon him, as nobody is able to kill him so far. Luo Feng thought, if I have that world tree body, even if my other bodies fall, the abundant amount of godly power from the world tree can revive them in no time. By then, I'll have the same ability as an undying knight. I'll be immortal. God country is the essence of an undying fighter. A world tree in the God country not only would stabilize it, but also make it much stronger with its talent manipulation of space and time. Luo Feng felt wronged. This was the Sector Lord special life form he had chosen that was most suitable for him. Actually, since he had the 9-volume manual, he could found a flesh-type special life form which could improve his godly body better than world trees. However, Luo Feng had enough access authority to know that the universe was limited. For instance, the limit of godly body amplification and soul amplification were both 100 times. Even the unique life forms were several thousand or even 10,000 times stronger than the ordinary ones. I've already had a golden horned beast body, and with my 9-volume manual, my golden horned beast body can definitely rival those unique life forms. Luo Feng thought, given that I don't need a flesh-type special life form. After all, flesh-type creatures generally don't have large sizes. The size determined the amount of godly power. The larger a body, the better. It was take the Sector Lord World Tree, for example. The explosion of that powerful flame origin crystal damaged several million miles of its body, but compared to its crown, which had a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles and a height of 40 million miles, it was nothing but a minor injury. That most powerful world tree, its enormous godly body alone, can leave other universe knights in despair. Even if they were to self-destruct, it would be nothing but a bee sting. It doesn't even need to care about law comprehension. With that enormous godly body, only universe masters can be a threat to it. The injustice of it all was almost too much. What should I do now? I didn't succeed at breeding my world tree body. Apparently, my internal world is unable to withhold it. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. What should I choose for my third body? It was okay to fail once talent technique determined that he could have 3 bodies. Of course, he had to breed all of them before becoming undying, as if he didn't he would lose his internal body after becoming undying and thus waste the opportunity. Failure to breed his third body was a heavy blow to Luo Feng, yet he recovered quickly. Now that world trees couldn't be bred, what other options were there? What should I breed for my third body? One special life form after another flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Flesh type special life forms. Even with the 9-volume manual, it could only be as powerful as golden horned beasts. It was ruled out first. Rock race, plant race. There were several options for these 2 races. My first choice was world tree, and my second choice is the ancestral star. Tree, both of them are plant-typed special life forms. Dawn volcano is my third choice. Luo Feng shook his head. Compared to world trees, ancestral star trees were obviously inferior, while the third option, Dawn volcano, was ranked further below. Size was of the utmost importance to Luo Feng. World trees, ancestral star trees, and Dawn volcano were all special life forms with gigantic bodies. I need to think carefully, Luo Feng muttered. I'm now stuck in 9. Remoteness world and carrying 3 true treasure. I can't lose any of them. Especially Tower Pearl. I'll ask my Masha body to get me out of here first. Inside a palace surrounded by 1,000 treasure river in the primal secret region. So, Masha body showed up in the palace. Master, Tianqin Emperor said, saluting him. Tianqin Emperor was confused. He thought his master would be in seclusion for a long time, which was why he had asked him to stop others from interrupting him. However, he had already come out. Humph! Masha body was still upset. Send me to Rock Island. Masha body quickly summoned a slave. There was one keepsake ring, disguised as a rock in 2 caves on Rock Island. Each keepsake ring held several keepsakes belonging to different slaves. Yes, the slave of other races said. Wang. Golden light flashed. Masha body could see the boundless ocean on the other side of the portal. So, transportation was completed. On Rock Island in 9 remoteness space, Masha teleported toward the 9 remoteness ocean. Once he arrived at Rock Island, he could distinctly sense the original body's location. Hong, long. Masha body showed up in the ocean. These depths were tempestuous. Each drop of water was as heavy as a mountain. The original body is right down there. Masha body looked down. I can sense the exact location. So. Masha body kept teleporting himself, moving farther and farther below the ocean. After only 3 teleportations, he arrived at the bottom of 9 remoteness ocean, where bloody steam vented from the ocean floor. The force emanating from it could rival that of universe nights, which intimidated Masha body. I can't teleport myself down there anymore. Masha body frowned. The bloody steam suppresses the space ripple completely. According to the universe coordinates, I'm 6 light days away from the original body. Masha body felt anxious. 6 light days meant even light would take 6 days. To travel that distance with his talent technique domain, he could travel a maximum of 6,000 miles each time. Even moving forward 100 times per second would take him 2 to 3 days to arrive. Assuming, of course, that there was no danger awaiting him in the bloody steam. But it doesn't look safe. Masha body looked down at the raging, bloody steam. Although the water in 9 remoteness ocean was heavy, it couldn't penetrate the bloody steam. I must at least try. I'll only lose some energies even if I fail. Masha body stopped hesitating and dove into the bloody steam. He didn't use his talent technique domain at the beginning. Instead, he flew normally. Masha body felt overwhelming resistance. Chi. Masha body tried to fly inside, but the resistance was unbelievably strong. The deeper he went, the stronger the resistance became. After moving just 6 feet inside the bloody steam, Masha body was completely stuck. He couldn't even turn back. Terrifying resistance. Masha body was in a panic. I can get out with domain, but great beings, without my talent technique wouldn't be able to move a muscle if they got stuck in this bloody steam. Little wonder that their Such danger in the 9 remoteness master's territory, he's invincible here. Masha body, performed domain. So. The universe was composed of the elements of time and space, and every inch of the universe contained space. Masha body turned into space instantly and turned back to the original body, moving forward 6,000 miles. Hoo. Masha body kept performing his talent technique, moving forward 100 times per second. Everywhere he passed was filled with endless bloody steam, and the resistance was incredibly strong. Even Masha body couldn't shake it. The original body is right under me. Masha body could sense it clearly. Quick. Masha body continuously cast his talent technique, and even though he was tired, he only rested for 20 minutes after 6 hours of performing domain. After which he continued diving down. Just when Masha body tried to dive into 9 remoteness world, 3 shadows with great force flew to the circular dragnet formed by countless indigenous warriors. The shadows were the prince and his 2 universe knights. The universe knight general standing in the sky gave a salutation. Your Highness. Your Highness. Over 1,000 warriors echoed the salutation and knelt down with great veneration. Ha. The prince laughed out loud. An undying fighter from another race can bring such hustle and bustle to my territory. If any universe knight meets him, remember, don't kill him. I'll do it myself. As for other warriors, leave no stone unturned. Follow my orders. Catch him. Yes, the bloody horned general answered respectfully. Meanwhile, the prince gave the order to the other 8 generals through the virtual world. With the orders from 9 generals, the warriors in the encirclement initiated the plan of capture. After the prince gave his order, the circular dragnet began to narrow. The circle had a diameter of only 200 million miles, and over 100 million indigenous warriors were involved. For every undying warrior, there were 1,000 Sector Lord warriors. Although it might be unlikely that the Sector Lord warriors could stop Luo Feng, they could serve as informants. It would take Luo Feng 2 to 3 days to break through the circle. Even if he traveled in sub-light speed, there were 9 layers of the circle. The inner 8 layers were all Sector Lord warriors, undying warriors, and universe knight generals were in the outermost layer. He won't be able to make it, said one of the generals. He's already trapped, said the prince. Being caught will be his only destiny. The Sector Lord warriors were tens of thousands of miles away from each other. As they started to advance toward Luo Feng, their world energies were released and connected to 9 remoteness world energies, sweeping across the entire area. No other races could hide themselves. The circle narrowed, and the warriors advanced. After around 3 hours, a Sector Lord warrior flying at high speed suddenly stopped, looked down at the ground, and cried out, "Another race! It's the intruder of another race!" Bang! The dry land was torn apart, and a shadow in silver armor shot up swiftly, emanating a powerful force. Go! The Sector Lord warrior rushed to catch up with him, but he was too slow in comparison. So. Dozens of Sector Lord warriors started chasing Luo Feng from all directions. Yet they could only watch that silver-armored and silver-winged shadow rush toward the outside of the circle. He won't be able to make it. We only make up the innermost layer of the circle. There are 9 layers of us. The Sector Lord warriors started to retreat back to their positions. Meanwhile, the warriors in the northern part of the circle had stopped Advancing, the 2nd to 8th layers of Sector Lord warriors started to go after him. Zoom. A silver-armored, silver-winged shadow was absconding straight through the Sector Lord warriors. "He is fast," commented one warrior. "So fast," agreed another. Undying fighters had already gathered in the outermost layer, the Sector Lord. Warriors in the inner 8 layers were trying to locate the intruder, which could help the great beings in the outermost layer congregate beforehand at the crucial position. From the 1st layer to the 9th layer, the silver-armored and silver-winged shadow flew for almost 30 minutes. Almost 800 undying warriors were split into 3 teams and were ready to fight. "He has flown through the 8th layer," one reported. "He'll arrive soon." "Everyone needs to be extra careful," said a general. "This one is extraordinarily fast, and based on previous intelligence, even the head of our race can't catch up with him. One-on-one combat is out of the question. Each sub-team is going to besiege him." 30 minutes was enough for the undying warriors to fly hundreds of millions of miles away. All the undying warriors, scattered across hundreds of millions of square feet, had gathered almost 800 undying warriors. The prince stood at the side of the circle. "He flew in that direction." The prince shook his head. "It's a pity I can't fight him. I hope he is strong enough to preserve 20 or 30% of his godly body under the attack of 800 undying warriors of my race. Then I can finally glimpse him." "Your Highness, this intruder is extraordinary," the lanky Universe Knight General said respectfully. "He won't escape being beleaguered by 800 of warriors of our race, but he can certainly survive." Light flashed through the prince's eyes. He could see everything through synchronous transfer of the virtual universe. "Begin," he commanded. 3 armies, almost 800 undying warriors. "The intruder has arrived," the most senior warrior of the 800 undying warriors announced. Then it gave the order 9 remoteness joint attack. All the undying warriors raised their sturdy right arms and held their arms started to burn, and undying power flashed in the form of bloody, red light. Wang. The visible red flow of air was primed, swirling above each of the undying fighters. The airflow formed blurry figures of blades above every undying warrior's right arm. Over top of the 200 undying warriors, 200 blurry red blade figures formed a single, giant bloody blade. A giant, bloody blade was concentrated above each of the 3 armies of undying warriors, attracting blood-red energy from throughout the world, thus empowering them to reach the power limit of undying warriors. Zoom. The silver-armored and silver-winged figure showed up, saw the undying warrior team afar, and began fleeing in the exact opposite direction in a state of panic. Unfortunately, there were now teams of undying warriors in every direction. He could only retreat. The order was given: attack. 800 undying warriors waved their right arms at the same time. Hua! The giant, bloody blades shot out. Nothing could stop them. The 3 enormous, bloody blades pursued the silver-armored and silver-winged figure. The figure emanated incredible force in its attempt to flee, but even his speed couldn't compare to the bloody blades. The bloody blades flew hundreds of thousands of miles, and when they touched each other, they exploded simultaneously. Boom! The power was so vigorous it was as if it had come from the self-destruction of a super great being. The force swept into the silver-armored, silver-winged shadow. A shrill, painful scream was heard as the figure was annihilated beneath the great power of the bloody blades. In the aftermath, the 800 warriors gathered and inspected the area with their undying power. The intruder died, they realized, leaving behind only an ordinary undying weapon and a world ring. The prince received the news instantly. "Dead," said the prince, surprised to hear that the undying fighter from another race, who was faster than his captain-level undying warriors, even in a world where their race was empowered while other races were suppressed, had been killed so quickly. He had expected him to be a force to be reckoned with. "Your Highness, our undying warriors were only the catalyst of the 9 remoteness joint attack," the bulky Universe Knight explained respectfully. "The world energies on our side played a major part. It's not surprising that the intruder was killed if there are enough undying warriors to stimulate adequate world energies. Even Universe Knights can be killed." "Check that world ring," the prince commanded through the virtual world. After a short while, he got the report there were no valuables in the world ring. Those ordinary objects inside were just trash to the prince. The prince shook his head. "It's a fake. The dead intruder must have been an imposter. If he can move faster than a captain-level undying warrior of my race, he must be exceptional outside of this world. How could someone of such stature have so few possessions?" "Perhaps running is his only skill," the lanky Universe Knight answered. "Inspect it again," ordered the prince. "All undying warriors, back to your position. Keep narrowing the dragnet." 800 undying warriors began to retreat. It took them 30 minutes to gather just now, and it would take them nearly 30 minutes longer to return to their positions. A full hour had been wasted because of that silver-armored, silver-winged shadow. 2 hours later. "The intruder is found. The intruder is found." "What again?" "Isn't he dead?" The prince in charge of the circle laughed. "I knew it. We can't underestimate that intruder from another race. He must have been using his undying slaves, who took on his appearance to lure us into his trap." "Your Highness, what should we do now? This one might not be the real intruder either." Both of the Universe Knights looked at the prince. They had some ideas, but the prince was aristocratic. They generally deferred to his judgment. "Follow the original plan," said the prince. "We need to be careful with every other intruder that appears," the prince said confidently. "We could inadvertently let him get away if we don't." "But it's going to slow down the entire process," spoke up one of the Universe Knights. "I'd rather go slowly than miss one," said the prince with a cruel scowl. "Kill every intruder you find. Don't let any of them get away. The real one will not escape." In the wilderness. As Luo Feng hid, he thought about his plan. He frowned, as the prince had presumed. Both of the intruders were impostors, undying slaves sent by Luo Feng. Now, all of his undying slaves were traveling throughout the circle, attracting a good number of undying warriors to gather so he could kill them. In the end, it would take the undying warriors 1 to 2 hours to gather each. Every time. Fortunately, several of my slaves are soul masters who have dozens or even over 100 slaves of their own, who also have slaves. Luo Feng wasn't concerned with those slaves. They were not necessarily faster than the indigenous sector lords, yet if they burned their undying power, they would be more than 1,000 times stronger, making them far stronger than sector lord warriors. One undying slave after another walked to his death, and they kept stalling time. "Quick, quick, quick," Luo Feng said, still anxious. "The slaves I send out only slow down one side of the circle, while the other 3 armies are still Advancing fast, I need to slow down all four sides. Almost 100 slaves will be needed to stall them one more day, Luo Feng thought. Undying slaves are useful for God country transportation as bait. I can't waste them recklessly like this. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. Masha Body was using his talent technique. Domain deep in the bloody airflow over his head, drawing closer and closer. Come on, Luo Feng muttered, his stomach in knots. Hurry, my escape depends on whether Masha Body can get here before they finish narrowing the circle. His original plan had been to ask the slaves to escape so that the undying warriors in the outermost layer of the circle could gather together, after which he could break free. After giving the plan a second thought, he decided it was unlikely to succeed. The circular dragnet was delicately formed. There were 9 layers, and the last layer served almost like the teeth of a massive gear, with some of the undying warriors distributed in faraway areas as sentries. Even if most of the warriors were attracted by his ruse, a few would still remain behind as sentries, tracking in turns. This made it easy for them to block Luo Feng from escaping for 1 or even 2 hours. If my luck runs out, I'll run into a universe night, thought Luo Feng. Then I'll be doomed. The safest way is to ask Masha Body to do the job, he muttered under his breath. He is the best at disguising and breaking free. Luo Feng gazed nervously at the sky. A massive quantity of bloody air had gathered in the sky above 9 remoteness world. Even universe knights couldn't venture in this place, the forbidden area of 9 remoteness world. However, Masha Body teleported through it, his body flashing in the bloody air time and time again as he advanced toward the world below. I have to make it. As Masha Body rocketed through the layer of air, the giant circular dragnet searching for Luo Feng was steadily narrowing. A 39th one, haha, the prince said, grinning. I told you that. Foreign invader is exceptional. How can an ordinary great being summon so many undying slaves? Your Highness, your intelligence is unquestioned, complimented one of his generals. It has almost been entertaining watching these undying slaves disguising themselves to try to get away, said the prince. I especially enjoyed the undying slave who hid another slave inside his world ring, and the one in the world ring started to flee when the undying slave carrying it was killed, or the 3 slaves trying to strike different areas of the same defensive line all at once. Unfortunately for him, the prince added confidently, my 100 million warriors won't let him run off. That was surely his final gambit, the lanky universe knight said. Soon, he will be in an impasse, the other universe knight added. The prince nodded. The circle has narrowed to half its original size, and we have adequate warriors now. Half of the warriors shall follow the original plan while the other half start to advance regardless of whether meeting any intruders or not. I need them to scan the whole place as fast as possible. Fierceness flashed across the prince's eyes. Then even if the intruder sends his slaves, he can't slow my warriors from advancing. Both of the universe knights nodded. Indeed, as the circle being narrowed, the number of indigenous warriors soon appeared intimidating. With an order, half of the sector lord warriors and undying warriors started to dash inward. No. Luo Feng, hiding in the wilderness, was stunned. He knew what was happening. Thanks to the slaves he sent. They disregard my slaves and start to charge in, he said. What should I do? What should I do now? For the first time, Luo Feng grew fearful, based on his previous calculations. He had abundant time, the only problem was how many undying slaves he would waste, but now, the undying slaves weren't able to slow down their advance. Which meant big trouble. Come on, Luo Feng looked up at the bloody air in the sky, hurry up. The dragnet was divided into an outer circle and an inner circle, warriors in the outer circle were still following the original plan, those in the inner circle, however, raced in, heedless of the intruder's slaves. Onward, charge, cried the army. One undying slave after another rushed out and broke from the circle easily. Barely any warriors even tried to stop them. After a day, tens of millions of warriors in the inner circle finished gathering. Your Highness, we've inspected every inch of the circle, said the lanky general. Follow my orders, said the prince, the inner circle will start to expand. And get close to the outer one at the same time. If anyone runs into any other race, kill it, no exceptions. The prince gave the order, and the circle shrank even smaller. The warriors were more concentrated than ever. Luo Feng was stuck in a trap. A pincer maneuver. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. I'll fight to the very end. And squeeze the last bit of time for my Masha body. It'll take him around 3 hours and 17 minutes to arrive, and I must make use of the time. Although that almighty 9 remoteness master owed primal chaos city leader a favor from 9 remoteness master was not to be spent frivolously. Luo Feng wouldn't use it unless he absolutely had to. As long as I can escape from the junior ones, 9 remoteness master will be too proud to attack me. Luo Feng thought I've never heard of 9 remoteness master attacking in air. He waved his hands, and 6 undying slaves appeared. They saluted Luo Feng and said, Master of my master. Follow my orders, Luo Feng said. Yes. All of the slaves took on the shape of Luo Feng and departed, following Luo Feng's command. Luo Feng sighed. He felt like he was going crazy pincer maneuvers and killing all the enemies at the same time was a good idea, but the time that elapsed was now insignificant compared to their steady advance toward Luo Feng. It wouldn't be long now. Your Highness, 2 circles will meet soon, and the other race won't be able to make it after that. The 2 universe knights were both looking forward to the result. The prince nodded mildly with a smile on his face. Like a rat in the trap, this was the final struggle, the undying invader's struggle, pleased the prince. You really don't want to die, do you? The prince thought otherwise. You won't be putting up such a fight, knowing you're in a dead end. Alas, you'll be in my hands in the end, he muttered, and I'll see what skills you've got. The prince was eager for this moment. He hadn't had this much fun in his long life. Luo Feng looked up at the sky, and his fear turned to joy. So, a figure in the sky teleported and kept blinking. He dove down immediately and stopped. It was Masha body. It finally arrived. Luo Feng felt relieved and went into Masha body's world ring. Masha body shook, and black air surged. It transformed into an indigenous undying warrior with a red body and bloody horns. Even its aura was copied from one of the undying warriors that had chased Luo Feng when he first stepped into 9 remoteness world. For more than a day, I performed that talent technique more than 100 times, said Masha body. I'm so exhausted. Masha indigenous warrior's pressure was finally mitigated. He was too tired from the past day, as he hadn't been able to rest in the slightest. Even a universe knight couldn't stand such weariness. Luo Feng had an unbending will, and together with his desire for survival, he was able to make it. It'll take me around 11 minutes, and the inner encirclement will arrive sooner. Masha, indigenous warrior, smiled. Unfortunately, you're late. Warriors in the inner circle and outer circle were pretty close, and they squeezed in to complete the final stage of the chokehold. Up in the sky, the prince floated, overlooking the boundless land. All the warriors bowed to the prince to show respect when they saw him. Haha, the final strangle. Each inch of this space will be occupied by my warriors soon. Let us see where he runs. The prince was overjoyed. Yet after only 20 minutes. Your Highness, my team has already searched everywhere, one of his generals reported. We didn't find that powerful other race. My team didn't find the other race either, reported another. We didn't find him, said the third. The generals reported to the prince immediately. What? How the prince shouted at the generals in the virtual world. Your Highness, we found 83 suspects while searching, and our undying warriors jointly stimulated 9 remoteness world energies, which can kill even a pinnacle emperor. Perhaps the undying other race is already dead. Yes, Your Highness, we've found a suspect, too. He is powerful and left lots of valuables after falling. He might be the one we're looking for. He must be that one, then, agreed another general. Reports from the 9 generals further infuriated the prince. No, that can't be him, the prince roared. The earliest report says this guy is even faster than a captain-level undying warrior. He is no ordinary great being. But we didn't find any other races. Go search, find him at all costs. Yes. Yes, sir. The 9 Universe Knight generals could only comply with the furious princess' order. However, no matter how carefully they inspected the circle made by their armies, they couldn't find Luo Feng. Of course you can't find me, thought Masha Body, disguised as an indigenous undying warrior. I'm one of you now. As the 100 million warriors continued searching under the order of the infuriated prince, Masha Body flew far away. Each warrior was responsible for one area. The same rule applied to Masha Body's indigenous warrior form, but instead of searching, he simply flew farther and farther away without turning back. No matter how fiercely the prince roared, none of the warriors could find Luo Feng. In the end, the prince reluctantly ordered the warriors to go back to their original positions. Masha indigenous warrior was in no rush. With Masha Body, I can conceal my aura and change my identity, he thought. They won't be able to find me. Besides, even if they find me, my talent technique domain can escape from even Universe Knights. Masha Body was confident for a reason, as Universe Knights couldn't teleport themselves in 9 remoteness world. The great beings couldn't teleport themselves, but Masha Body could perform his talent technique domain. Who could possibly catch up with Masha Body? Masha Body flew in the sky for a long time, eventually coming across some indigenous warriors on his way, but none of them suspected him. They had no reason to suspect anything out of the ordinary. He looked away. A quiet indigenous city, he said. There isn't even a wall around it. There were plenty of buildings outside the city, where lived lots of indigenous creatures with red bodies and bloody horns. The only wall was one towering one, separating an inner portion of the city from the rest of it. Luo Feng presumed that some seniors and great beings lived in the inner city. Luo Feng walked calmly through 9 remoteness world, a world filled with creatures looking for him. Many indigenous creatures lived in the buildings. around him, and all of them had red bodies and bloody horns. Some were babies that only reached Luo Feng's knees, running around on the ground. Some of the older children were already fighting. The babies are at the Star Traveler level, and adults are automatically sector lords, Luo Feng thought, looking around. Almost all the indigenous creatures at normal height were sector lords. No wonder there were so many sector lords chasing me. This indigenous race is indeed powerful, much more powerful than the golden horned race. It might be qualified as one of the most powerful races in the universe. Suddenly, he heard a voice. 3 indigenous babies were flying and frolicking. They flew quickly with their Star Traveler level power, and those small, bloody horns were almost cute. I was born in Ancestral Sea. You should regard me as your leader. You're indeed more talented since you absorbed the essence and were born in the Ancestral Sea, but that doesn't mean you can be undying. We were born in the Royal Sea, but we're still stronger than you. You don't want to obey me, then I'll beat you until you do. Do you think we're scared of you? The 3 babies continued assailing one another with threats as they frolicked. Luo Feng thought to himself, they look like babies, but they're naturally intelligent, like golden horned beasts. Perhaps they can rival human teenagers. Born in the Ancestral Sea, born in the Royal Sea, absorbed the essence in the Ancestral Sea. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind. Does that mean those indigenous creatures were not born to mothers? That sounds right there. Energy-based life forms, and energy life forms are quite different from others. It seems some indigenous creatures were born in the Ancestral Sea, while some others were born in the Royal Sea. The Ancestral Sea sounds superior. Royal Sea. On my way here, I came across other indigenous creatures. I've heard about this prince, leading over 100 million warriors, who is trying to capture me. The prince has such a high status already. There must be a king or emperor above him. Questions flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Indigenous creatures saluted Luo Feng when they saw him. Luo Feng knew that in this indigenous world, undying great beings were highly respected. In the towering ancient city where countless indigenous residents lived. This ancient city was much larger than the one Luo Feng was touring. It was the home of the prince, as well as several Universe Knight-level generals who had palaces throughout the city, too. The prince wandered into the great palace, frowned, and clenched his teeth. Damn it, he growled, damn it. All his servants quickly had fled, and he was the only one in the palace. They were frightened for their lives. They didn't know why their prince was so furious, but he had already executed 3 servants. They dare to laugh at me just because you become a Universe Knight sooner than me, and they think that undying fighter from another race can't get away, that I'm hallucinating. The prince gritted his teeth even harder. As the supreme being of this world, even Universe Knights revered him. Only his brothers dared provoke him. The 108 brothers constantly competed with each other, and his failure to encircle and trap the undying intruder couldn't be kept a secret. Thus, he was mercilessly ridiculed. I was not wrong, I was right. The prince waved his hand. Hong, long, long. The door closed. The servants outside didn't dare to make a sound. In the palace, a red light dimmed on the huge pillar, soaking the entire palace in a red glow. Father, father, the prince raised his head and shouted, please show up. Father. Hong, long, long. An invincible force permeated the palace, and 9 remoteness world energies started to gather. The servants outside didn't even notice the movement inside. the palace as 9 remoteness world energies gathered, forming a huge, blurry face. "My child," said the giant head, looking down at the prince. "My father," said the prince, giving a salutation. Then he started to complain. "I led 100 million warriors to encircle and suppress an undying intruder from another race, and my warriors killed many undying slaves, yet the undying intruder must still be alive. I even asked the 300 undying warriors who guard the 9 remoteness whirlpool at that time. Those who chased him said he was unbelievably fast. The slaves killed afterward were nothing like that. This confirms my suspicions." But the prince clenched his teeth to prevent himself from stuttering with frustration. The giant head looked down and said in an apathetic voice, "But the universe knights under you, and your brothers, all think you're hallucinating, don't they?" "Yes," the prince said, "but you're not wrong," said the giant head, "but neither are they. 9 remoteness world energies can't detect this intruder, and that's why they think you're hallucinating." The giant head stared at the prince. "But the intruder is indeed still alive." "Alive, really?" The prince was overjoyed. "I knew it. I knew he was exceptional the moment I learned of his speed." "Exceptional, indeed," the giant head said coldly. "How did he escape my army?" the prince asked. He was curious about it, and it was also the issue his older brothers had questioned him about the most. Under 9 remoteness world energies, other races can do nothing but show themselves, said the giant head, yet he eludes the army's efforts to find him. By all accounts, it would appear he has been killed already. You claim that he is still alive, so let me ask you this: how do you surmise that he got away? The prince was bewildered. "Because he can disguise himself," said the giant head, looking down. "He can camouflage himself as any creature of my 9 remoteness race." "Ah," the prince said. He was excited to discover an answer, though he found it hard to believe. Then we need to kill him right now. How can we let him roam freely if he can camouflage himself?" The giant head snorted, and the prince went silent. Although his father cared for him and his brothers, he was innately cold and indifferent. It was enough for him to care for his children. If the princes dared to ask too much of their father, however, they would be punished. "Train harder," said the head. "If you can become a universe knight like your brothers, I can take you outside to adventure." With that, the giant head disappeared. The prince took a deep breath. "How lucky," he muttered. The prince was still in a panic, realizing he had said something inappropriate. He quickly clamped his mouth shut. Such careless words were grounds for punishment. "Universe Knight," he said. "I'll achieve that. I will." Aggression filled the prince's eyes. When he thought about this, it was a determination that came from an infinity of repression. None of the princes were allowed outside 9 remoteness world unless they became universe knights. Luo Feng walked among the buildings. He saw another group of babies playing in front of him. "Come here." Luo Feng waved at one of them. He was the most jubilant and apparently the leader of the group. The baby ran towards Luo Feng and gave a salutation. "Greetings, undying." Said Luo Feng, grinning. "Were you born in the ancestral sea?" "Yes," the baby answered shyly and touched his horn. Luo Feng nodded. Based on what he had learned so far, indigenous creatures born in the ancestral sea were naturally stronger than those born in one of the royal seas. Generally, any who were born in the ancestral sea was automatically a leader. "Tell me about the ancestral sea," Luo Feng said. "An undying fighter who has never been to the ancestral sea." The baby looked Excited, then continued, the ancestral sea is outside our world even if we were born in the ancestral sea, we can't go back once we enter this world. Only if we become undying will we have the chance to go to the ancestral sea. Through the 9 remoteness whirlpool. Luo Feng was dazed. Ancestral sea 9 remoteness whirlpool outside. Is it the 9 remoteness ocean? Luo Feng couldn't help linking these two together. The ancestral sea is vast, the indigenous baby continued, it's boundless. And right on top of our world, rumor has it that it's larger than our world. Haha, those born in the royal seas can't compare to us. There are 108 royal seas, but even the largest royal sea is nothing compared to the ancestral sea. The baby indulged in this grand verbiage and was obviously proud to be born in the ancestral sea. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, the pieces were falling into place. It must be the 9 remoteness ocean. 9 remoteness space is actually 9 remoteness ocean with some islands on it, and 9 remoteness ocean has bred indigenous life forms. As these thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind, he remained calm on the outside, saying, it's not that bad to be born in royal seas. Have you ever been to one of them? The baby shook his head. Never. He seemed to perceive the undying fighter in front of him to have been born in a royal sea, and he added, royal seas are not bad at all, especially the largest one. I'm still very young, but when I get stronger in the future, I can go there. Luo Feng suddenly understood everything. He can go there when he is stronger. It must be difficult for these indigenous warriors to leave this world to see the ancestral sea again, since it is easier to see the royal seas. Those must be located inside 9 remoteness world. What about them? Luo Feng asked, looking to the babies afar. He was still in his Masha body, disguised as a creature of the indigenous race of 9 remoteness world. Which royal sea were they born in? Bayan Shell was also born in the ancestral sea, said the baby. It had a pair of bright eyes and articulated itself, while everyone else was born in royal seas except Bay and Shell and me. Some of them were born in the large royal sea, while some in the small royal sea. Luo Feng's Masha body nodded. Make efforts, and you can become undying in the future. He touched the baby's bloody horn with a smile. I see. The baby nodded. Masha body turned around and planned to leave, but the baby looked at his back and bit his lip. Clearly, he wanted something more. Other babies came flying toward him. Leader, they said. Leader, how did it go? Leader, did that undying fighter recruit you as his disciple? Why were you even asking? One of them jeered. That undying fighter left of course he didn't recruit him. Other babies began discussing this a long time ago. A golden-horned beast who was only a child had almost destroyed the earth. Now, even these indigenous babies were intelligent. Shut up, the first baby shouted and looked at Masha body's back with bitterness. He had thought that the undying fighter valued him and would be willing to recruit him as his disciple. That was why he had explained everything with such passion. Little did he expect that the undying fighter hadn't intended to do any such thing. The adults of this race were sector lords by default. There were numerous sector lords, but only a few undying fighters in the army. For every 1,000 sector lord warriors, there was only one undying warrior. Given that most of the creatures were not qualified for the army, the proportion compared to the overall population was even smaller. Only after being taught by an undying fighter could one be guaranteed a bright future. Why didn't he recruit me as his disciple? Is it because I was born in the Ancestral sea. While he was born in royal sea, the baby leader clenched his teeth. Humph, I was born in the royal sea, which makes me nobler. Someday, my seashell, will become an undying fighter, a captain, or even a general. Mashabadi wandered casually through the indigenous city. He could clearly hear chatting among 10,000 indigenous creatures and integrated the information. Suddenly, he heard a conversation about 108 princes. Mashabadi, carefree a moment prior, was suddenly dazed. 108 princes, and 108 royal seas. Mashabadi thought, standing still. Ancestral sea and royal sea. 108 royal seas, and 108 princes. Do the royal seas have something to do with the princes? Mashabadi felt encouraged. If the royal seas and the princes are connected, then the ancestral sea must be connected to the 9 remoteness master. That's right, teacher said before. That 9 remoteness master is invincible in 9 remoteness space. Perhaps 9 remoteness master can utilize the power within that 9 remoteness ocean, that SAC, with a diameter of over 10 light years. It's so forceful that it might even be the 5-colored aurora lake's rival. He is truly invincible if he can use the ocean's power. The more Mashabadi thought about it, the more excited he got. Another thought struck his mind. Why is every prince correlated with a royal sea? Were they born together? Does that mean every prince was born with a royal sea? If my third body can be born with a royal sea like those princes, 108 princes, and based on my information, some of the princes are universe knights, some are undying fighters, and others are sector lords. The princes are of royal blood, and they even have universe knight guards, which would make it difficult to get their genes. If a prince is, indeed, so gifted, then I'll use the favor 9 remoteness master owes my teacher to acquire my third body. Mashabadi sorted out his mind instantly based on the information at hand. This seemed likely. The numbers matched perfectly. Besides, 9 remoteness master was undefeatable in 9 remoteness space. It was likely that these facts were related. The princes could be regarded as weaker versions of 9 remoteness master. Those indigenous creatures did say the princes were immortal. Mashabadi continued gathering information by traveling the city and eavesdropping for 2 days. Based on what he knew, the indigenous children were indoctrinated. He heard comments such as, "You must be loyal to your emperor and your princes," and "The emperor and princes are holy," or "Fight for your emperor, fight for your princes, it's your duty and your glory." The more information Luo Feng gathered about the emperor and the princes, the more curious he got. Eventually, he decided it was time to meet again with Primal Chaos City leader. In the virtual universe, at the apex of Thunder Island, in that towering palace surrounded by haze, Luo Feng stepped in. "Teacher," Luo Feng said respectfully, standing within the haze. "Did you run into some trouble in 9 remoteness world?" said a gentle, placating voice. Primal Chaos City leader walked out dressed in a golden cape. "Have you used that favor already?" "Not yet," Luo Feng answered. "Oh." Primal Chaos City leader was surprised. "Have you broken out?" "I have Mashabadi now," said Luo Feng. "I was trapped in 9 remoteness world, but fortunately, my Mashabadi arrived in time to save me." "How did he get there?" Primal Chaos City leader asked. "Did your Mashabadi fly through the 9 remoteness whirlpool?" "I don't think that's possible." "He went into 9 remoteness world," Luo Feng answered. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng, perplexed. Although he had never been there before, that place belonged to 9 remoteness master. That sky and Land were supposedly strictly guarded, even universe knights might not be able to get in. My Masha body was lucky enough to get a talent technique, domain, Luo Feng explained. Domain. Though Primal Chaos City leader was startled, he did know some universe Knight-level great beings of the Masha clan who had this talent technique. After all, Masha clan was a reproduction clan, and some of the non-classified information was already known to the outside world. A supreme being like Primal Chaos City leader naturally knew about domain. Domain is indeed impressive. Primal Chaos City leader nodded with a smile. It's quite powerful until you become a universe master. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City leader was curious. Since you have Masha body to protect you, it should be fairly easy for you to survive 9 remoteness world. After all, you're an heir of the ancestral god school, and 9 remoteness master is close to the ancestral god school. It's not likely that he'll attack you directly. Given these factors, why are you here to see me? Luo Feng took a deep breath and said, I obtained the leaf of the world tree as planned. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to breed my third body. Didn't manage to. Primal Chaos City leader sighed. He felt sorry for his disciple. However, I've discovered something more interesting. Luo Feng looked at Primal Chaos City leader, but hesitated. Speak, prodded Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng stared at Primal Chaos City leader. Allow me to ask first, what's the connection between 9 remoteness master and the 9 remoteness ocean? Primal Chaos City leader glanced at Luo Feng in shock, then said, that is a top secret in the universe, but since you've already deduced part of it, I'll tell you. 9 remoteness master is 9 remoteness ocean, and 9 remoteness ocean is 9 remoteness master. Luo Feng trembled. God, this was even more unbelievable than he thought. 9 remoteness master has always been a terrific being, Primal Chaos City leader said. He is my rival. Actually, in one-on-one combat, he's weaker than me. So what makes him my rival? Because even if I kill him, he would be resurrected very soon after. In other words, he's immortal. Luo Feng was startled. After 9 remoteness master dies, Primal Chaos City leader said, a new version comes into being. It happens every time. How terrifying is that? That's why even the ancestral god school treats 9 remoteness master with respect. Lots of issues that the beast gods can't deal with are left to him. He paused, then went on. Nothing can be kept a secret forever, I suppose. Lots of great beings study why universe masters can be revived so quickly. After all, it should take a long time to resurrect such a powerful godly body. It has been discovered that each time he dies, 9 remoteness ocean gives birth to a new 9 remoteness master. 9 remoteness ocean is his endless source. Primal Chaos City leader continued, back when this was first discovered, it merely confirmed a special relationship between 9 remoteness ocean and 9 remoteness master. However, something momentous then occurred, which spread the name of 9 remoteness master throughout the entire universe. He killed a universe master because of a certain true treasure. 2 universe knights of the demon race jointly hunted 9 remoteness master and chased him to 9 remoteness ocean. 9 remoteness master dove into the ocean and vanished. At the same time, the entire ocean started to burn, burning boundless godly power. The entire ocean burned. Luo Feng was dazed. That's right, said Primal Chaos City leader, the entire ocean was burning. Apparently, 9 remoteness master was enraged and used all his power to burn the entire ocean. It was so forceful that it suppressed the true treasures. carried by both of the universe masters of the demon race and annihilated a universe master instantly. As for the other one, he escaped using his true treasure. The dead universe master was called Song Yang Master. The one who survived is Master of Sky Wolf. Luo Feng gaped at Primal Chaos City leader. Some other great beings were following them and tried to take advantage of the situation. Primal Chaos City leader went on. They witnessed everything, and word spread other supreme beings knew, after that fight, that 9 Remoteness Master and 9 Remoteness Ocean are one and the same. As long as 9 Remoteness Ocean exists, 9 Remoteness Master is immortal. Within 9 Remoteness Ocean, he is invincible. He has the ocean with a diameter of 10-something light years. Primal Chaos City leader said, who in the universe can rival him in terms of godly power? The size of his godly body is outrageous. Luo Feng nodded. It was indeed outrageous. There were quite a few special organisms in the universe, and lots of them had colossal bodies, yet even the largest special life forms had the height of several 100 million miles, and most of them were of the plant race and rock race. As for 9 Remoteness Ocean, it had a diameter of over 10 light years. Several 100 million miles, compared to over 10 light years, was like the most powerful world tree being compared to 9 Remoteness Ocean. It was a drop in the bucket. Nobody has ever figured out why he has such an unbelievably enormous body. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. Nobody else's godly body can compare to his. I've also heard that 9 Remoteness Master doesn't have any talent techniques. Hub Luo Feng was dazed. No talent techniques. 9 Remoteness Master is no doubt a special life form in the universe. Primal Chaos City leader said, however, even if he is annihilated, and another godly body is bred, he has never mastered any talent techniques. It's a fair universe. After all, he was already bestowed by the universe an outrageously large godly body. As such, he must be strictly limited in other fields. Primal Chaos City leader suddenly looked at Luo Feng and asked, why are you here? To ask about 9 Remoteness Master. Can you tell me the reason now? I want to breed my third body, answered Luo Feng. A third body like the prince? The prince? Primal Chaos City leader was dazed. Yes, said Luo Feng, the princes in 9 Remoteness world. Based on what I know, those princes have something akin to 9 Remoteness Ocean, but they're called royal seas. But 9 Remoteness Master only has 3 children, Primal Chaos City leader said. 3, said Luo Feng. Yes, 3 children. One of them is a universe overlord, and the other 2 are universe knights. However, they can be revived even if they're killed. Luo Feng broke into laughter. Teacher, based on what I have learned from 9 Remoteness world, 9 Remoteness Master actually has 108 children in total. And there are 108 royal seas in 9 Remoteness world, but those princes are not equally powerful. There are 3 universe knights, dozens of undying fighters and dozens of sector lords. 108. Primal Chaos City leader was startled. If there are 108 of them, their life level 1 to be too high. You'll have a high chance of success. Luo Feng nodded. He had thought the same thing. There were 9 world trees, whereas 9 Remoteness Master had 108 children. The greater the number, the lower the life level. After all, the more powerful the life forms were, the rarer they were. Some special life forms were the only one of their kind. You want to acquire the water of a royal sea? Primal Chaos City leader asked. All the 108 royal seas are located at the center of 9 Remoteness world. And no indigenous armies are guarding them, Luo Feng said. Wrong, Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. 9 Remoteness Master will notice it, even without armies. Luo Feng was dazed, but he quickly realized Primal Chaos City leader was right. 9 Remoteness Ocean, part of 9 Remoteness Master himself, and the entire ocean was completely under his control. He would be aware of anything that happened there. I'll only take a little water, I think it's going to be okay. Luo Feng was nervous. I wouldn't be so sure, Primal Chaos City leader said. The water is part of his children's godly bodies, after all, but even I can't be sure what will happen if 9 Remoteness Master finds out that you are taking the water. Just tell him you're my disciple, he owes me a huge favor, and some water will be fine. Luo Feng felt more grateful than ever for his teacher. Primal Chaos City leader had, indeed, helped him a lot. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng contently. If Luo Feng's future third body was like 9 Remoteness Master's, he could be revived shortly after he died, and the energies were limitless, then Luo Feng would certainly become an incredible immortal warrior of the human race. Luo Feng could resist the urge no longer. I'll go and get the water now. Go, Primal Chaos City leader said. He also looked forward to the result. In 9 Remoteness world, Masha Body's eyes blazed. He flew up in the sky and raced towards the center of 9 Remoteness world. This world was so immense that Masha Body flew for over half a year until he finally reached his destination, the Royal Seas. Masha Body stood in the sky, looking out over the boundless ocean. It was a spectacular sight. I'll examine the 108 Royal Seas first. Although he knew of the existence of the 108 Royal Seas, he didn't have any details about them. The sizes of the oceans would make a huge difference to his future godly body, which was why Luo Feng needed to decide carefully. He spent another month flying around the seas for inspection. 56 of the 108 Royal Seas were red and were worthy of the name Bloody Seas. All 56 Bloody Seas were of the same size, with a diameter of around 50 million miles. There were also 49 Royal Seas in which water tumbled inside. They looked like the other seas, but had diameters of 600 million miles, and these were the so-called small Royal Seas the indigenous creatures talked about. There were also 3 Royal Seas with diameters ranging from 20 billion miles to 63 billion miles. These were the legendary large Royal Seas. So many indigenous creatures come here for worship, Masha Body said, looking down around the 108 Royal Seas, especially around the small Royal Seas and large Royal Seas. Many indigenous creatures groveled to show their veneration as for the Bloody Seas. Barely anyone was around them. Worship, Masha Body nodded. A great number of indigenous creatures were born in small Royal Seas and large Royal Seas. That meant these Royal Seas were like their parents. They would be taken away once they were born and spread to all the various cities of 9 Remoteness world. When they became adults and got powerful enough, they would return and worship their mother seas. There were even some sickly and dying indigenous creatures coming here and waiting for their doom. They were born here, and they died here. Perhaps these indigenous creatures don't know that the princes are the Royal Seas, and the Royal Seas are the princes, Masha Body thought to himself, but some of them were born in Royal Seas, while others were born in ancestral seas. That means they naturally revere their princes and their emperor. So Masha Body dove down and landed beside a Bloody Sea, small Royal Seas. indicated undying princes, large royal seas indicated universe night level. Princes as for bloody seas, they stood for sector lord level princes. Sector lord level princes are weak, and their seas look like blood, he thought. Besides, their young can't be born in the bloody seas only after becoming undying will the bloody seas sublimate into ordinary seas and have the ability to breathe lives. Luo Feng nodded. Around the small royal seas and large royal seas, countless indigenous creatures were worshipping. There was almost nobody worshipping around bloody seas, as nobody was born in bloody seas. What are you doing here? An indigenous creature landed. Masha Body glanced at him and turned toward the extensive bloody sea, where blood flowed rapidly inside. He said respectfully, I just want to see the bloody sea. I was born in a large royal sea, but my large royal sea was just like this bloody sea a long time ago. The indigenous undying warrior stared at Masha Body. Be careful, the rule is very clear, no fighting around the bloody seas, and no one should take the water. Of course I understand, Masha Body nodded. Good. The undying indigenous warrior didn't he say anything further, as he surely didn't he imagine one of his own people would do anything forbidden. Masha Body murmured after watching the undying indigenous warrior leave. I didn't he even know there were such taboos. Perhaps I didn't he collect enough information, but that's right, royal seas are the princes, and bloody seas are sector lord level princes, who are relatively weak and have fragile lives. Some powerful indigenous creatures might be able to hurt bloody seas unintentionally, and some might even kill the sector lord princes. Time passed in the sky and land of Nine Remoteness world. The bloody mist always pervaded the air in the bloody sea, the blood tumbling, and on the edge of the bloody sea stood Masha Body. I care of nothing else right now, I must have it. Masha Body looked around. There were no worshippers near the bloody seas, and the closet ones were more than 1 billion miles away. As long as he was fast enough, nobody would notice him, with one exception, Nine Remoteness Master. It'll be okay for me to just take some water. It's a sea with a diameter of 50 million miles. It won't mind a little water. Masha Body was actually kind of anxious that terrifying Nine Remoteness Master might be infuriated. For my third body, for my future, I must do it. Masha Body performed his talent technique domain and showed up on the sea. He reached out his hands, took some water from the bloody water, and quickly put it in his world ring. The world ring was carried by the original Earthling Body, and it was the most solid world ring Luo Feng had. Of course, Nine Remoteness Master could destroy it with a wave of his hands. The sea reeked of blood, and Masha Body could smell it when his finger touched the water. This is not water at all, he realized, this is blood. So Masha Body returned back to his original position. Less than 0.1 seconds passed after performing domain twice. He had already gotten the water of the bloody sea. I've been traveling through Nine Remoteness world, and Nine Remoteness Master must already know about my technique domain. Masha Body looked to the indigenous creatures worshipping in the distance. They didn't notice me. Good, otherwise, I'll be besieged if they see me do something forbidden. Just when Masha Body planned to leave Hong, an incredible and unbelievable force arrived. The Nine Remoteness world energies hundreds of millions of miles around Luo Feng concentrated and became a space in front of Luo Feng. It then turned into the contours of a huge face. Ferocity filled the sky and land around him. Everything turned red in the bloody sky and land. The giant head glared at Masha Body. 9 Remoteness Master had arrived. Masha Body was stunned. He looked around and found that the sky and land, hundreds of millions of miles around him, was already blocked from the outside. Only 9 Remoteness Master could have acted so instantaneously. At the same time, other indigenous creatures worshipping in other royal seas could only see ordinary bloody seas even if they looked in the direction of Luo Feng. A large head floated in the sky, looking down at Masha Body. A cold voice echoed across the entire bloody sky and land, "Human, you're trying my patience." Masha Body was dazed. 9 Remoteness Master really did know everything that was going on in 9 Remoteness World. Luo Feng appeared as Masha Body now. Yet, 9 Remoteness Master called him human, which meant he knew the human body was his original one. Fortunately, he didn't just kill me right away, Masha Body thought to himself. He still cares about his status, and he has a close relationship with the ancestral god school, so he didn't attack an heir like me. But what am I supposed to do now? He has a noble and special status, even with the 3 ancestral gods of the ancestral god school. The only reason he didn't attack me was for the sake of his status. If I further provoke him, he'll kill me directly, and neither ancestral god school nor the human race will be able to do anything about it. Firstly, I must not provoke him again. Secondly, I need the water in that bloody sea. 9 Remoteness Master might have figured out what I'm really up to because I stole twigs and leaves of the world trees before, but that's just my assumption. I stole the leaf from Tree Island, which belongs to the world trees. For what it's worth, the most powerful world trees have the power of a universe master. Then again, 9 Remoteness Master Woon have been watching that place constantly. No great beings like being watched all the time. Even I don't like it, let alone the most powerful world tree. Perhaps 9 Remoteness Master didn't even notice me stealing the leaf of world trees. If he didn't notice that, he might not even know why I took the water. Thoughts flooded Masha Body's mind when the giant head of 9 Remoteness Master was roaring, as he needed to prepare for the worst. "Greetings, Universe Master," Masha Body said, saluting him. He changed into his original earthling body while Masha Body went back to the world ring. Since 9 Remoteness Master had called him human, Luo Feng definitely needed to show his original earthling body out of respect. The giant head looked down at Luo Feng. "Why didn't you leave after escaping the circle?" I wanted to take my chances," Luo Feng said respectfully after breaking out of the circle. "I thought nobody would identify my Masha Body, and the other side of 9 Remoteness Whirlpool has always been kept a secret to all generations of heirs of the ancestral god school. I wanted to take the opportunity to see it. I thought I could be lucky enough to avoid being found out, but now, after seeing you, Universe Master, I realize everything was under your watch." The giant head was observing Luo Feng with its head down. It appeared satisfied that Luo Feng was answering with respect and tranquility. "My real name is 9 Remoteness Master," the giant head said. 9 Remoteness Master, Luo Feng responded respectfully. "I've heard something about you, Human Blade River Emperor. You have a clone talent technique, and you can revive yourself even if I kill you. That's why you're so calm. Isn't it?" Luo Feng responded. "I'm meeting 9 Remoteness Master now. How can I not be nervous? I'm just pretending to be calm." "Ha ha ha!" The giant head burst into laughter, and the sound swept across the entire bloody sky and land like great waves. It stopped after a long while. Gradually, its face became apathetic. You should be known that the 108 royal seas, especially the bloody ones, are off limits. You should be gathered the information in my world. How dare you steal the water? Speak, speak, speak. 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 It penetrated Luo Feng's soul and echoed in his mind. All of a sudden, he was trapped in illusion. Break. Luo Feng had a stronger will than most universe knights. It was not enough for 9 Remoteness Master to control him with only his voice. 9 Remoteness Master looked down at Luo Feng. Surprise flashed across his giant face. He was surprised that a sector lord could resist that voice, as even some universe knights could be tempted. I'm curious about the legendary 108 royal seas, so I came here to see them. He said, I find that there's nothing special about the water in other royal seas, but the water in this bloody seas not only looks like blood but also smells like blood. I was curious about the secret behind this, so I took some water. I thought a little water was nothing, as the bloody sea is so large, so I took my chances. Took your chances. The giant head's voice grew colder. Humph, you knew it was off limits, but you touched it anyway. As such, you should prepare for your punishment. Luo Feng got scared. Originally, he didn't want to use the favor 9 Remoteness Master owed his teacher, but he couldn't worry about that now. 9 Remoteness Master, he said. No, said 9 Remoteness Master, I actually wanted to. Just when Luo Feng was to use the favor, he stopped talking when he heard 9 Remoteness Master say, I actually wanted to. The giant head sneered at him. You thought I wanted to kill you? Humph, I did want to kill you, but I gave up that plan because you're a great being trained by the Ancestral God School. Ancestral God School, said Luo Feng. There are formal members and sub-members in Ancestral God School, said the giant head. Sub-members fight more than formal members. Sub-members are the most powerful force of the Ancestral God School. Luo Feng nodded. There were only a few formal members in the Ancestral God School, while countless peerless talents from hundreds of millions of races were admitted as sub-members of Ancestral God School, like candidate prophets, candidate deified generals, and high achievers of beast god inheritance, many of whom were at the universe overlord level. It was a mighty force. I am the guarding godly master, 9 Remoteness. The giant head looked down at Luo Feng. You, Blade River Emperor, are a member of the sub-organization. And you're a crucial one. Luo Feng blinked his eyes fast. Guarding godly master. There are guarding prophets, guarding knights, a guarding knight master, and a guarding godly master in the sub-organization, the giant head said, looking down at Luo Feng. Each guarding godly master is the head of a power. From today on, you, Blade River Emperor, are the guarding prophet of the sub-organization of the Ancestral God School, and I am your guarding godly master. The stronger you become, the higher your status will be. I'll spare your life if you accept these terms. If you don't, you know what will happen. Luo Feng was dazed. Amazing. 9 Remoteness Master was a guarding godly master. Luo Feng had originally planned to use the favor 9 Remoteness Master owed his primal chaos city leader teacher. Little did he realize that the Ancestral God School had already had its eyes on him. You want to be an enemy to your human race even if you're in the sub-organization, the giant head continued. You'll be very free in the sub-organization, and there will be no boundaries to your behavior once in a while. There are some issues of the Ancestral God School that need dealing with. and that S, when an order comes, you can even write your reasons to. Reject the mission if you don't want to do it, so, do you want to be a part of it? Luo Feng blinked twice, then gave a salutation, greetings, guarding godly master. Smart, 9 Remoteness Master said, good, this is Ancestral God token. A black token showed up out of nowhere. It dropped from the sky and fell in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng took the token, which was heavy and cold. There were only 2 words on the token, Ancestral God. It was sculpted by engravings that Luo Feng didn't he recognize, but he knew it said Ancestral God. It's integrated with your life imprint, and you're the only one in the Ancestral God School who can use it. 9 Remoteness Master said, you can contact the Ancestral God School with this token, and the school uses it to announce its tasks. You can get in touch with the Ancestral God School as long as you're in the universe. Luo Feng was startled. This was how the virtual universe worked. Only through words. 9 Remoteness Master continued, the Ancestral God token is unique, don't lose it. I understand. Luo Feng felt relieved. It was impressive that they only communicated through words. Apparently, it was difficult to make an Ancestral God token. If anyone in the Ancestral God School comes for you, show them the token, and they'll know you. Got it, Luo Feng answered respectfully. Now, go. An invisible force surrounded Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng disappeared. The giant head said, Blade River Emperor belongs to me. Now I didn't fight for him. On the contrary, it was him who came to my 9 Remoteness world and offended me. That was why I took him. How will the others react when they discover I took Blade River Emperor? Ha ha ha. Last time, Flame Sky got Zhu Chong Emperor, but I got Blade River Emperor. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng looked around and found himself in the middle of deep space. He could see 9 Remoteness space afar. I am outside 9 Remoteness space now. Luo Feng was thrilled by 9 Remoteness Master's skills. He felt exhilarated to be out, but he didn't dare show his feelings, yet he didn't know if 9 Remoteness Master was still watching him. He ordered his soul slave to cast God Country Transportation. Wang. A blurry, golden light flashed. Luo Feng took his soul slave and stepped into the light, then disappeared into space. In the palace of the primal secret region. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng showed up in the palace and was overjoyed. Finally, he had successfully retrieved the water of Bloody Sea. Perhaps 9 Remoteness Master didn't know why Luo Feng took the water from the Bloody Sea, or perhaps he knew already, but he had other plans. Regardless, Luo Feng had achieved his goal. I don't care whether he knows or not. The point is, I can be stronger. I can start to breed my 3rd body with the water from the Bloody Sea. Luo Feng was exhilarated. He thought he could get some water from the Bloody Sea with the favor from Primal Chaos City leader, but he hadn't expected to be admitted to the sub-organization in exchange. There are many great beings in the human race who made it to the sub-organization. Luo Feng was beaming. With my power getting stronger, I'm basically guaranteed to finish the 5th level inheritance, especially after getting so many beast god inheritance opportunities. I'll have to join the sub-organization someday in the future. Candidate prophets, candidate deified generals, and heirs who completed the 5th level or higher beast god inheritance had to join the Ancestral God School sub-organization, yet Luo Feng had been invited in now. Incredible talents like Zhu Chong Emperor, Bark Mirror Emperor, and Luo Feng were highly valued by the Ancestral God School. as they could rival universe knights as undying fighters and would be universe overlords match once they became universe knights. It would only take a little training for them to have the power of universe masters after becoming universe knights. After all, peerless talents like these would come back to Bohemia Island. If they failed on the beast god path, but they could still make great accomplishments following the time and space path, which was why the ancestral God School admitted them in advance to make sure they didn't let these future supreme beings slip. I'll at least achieve something following the beast god path. Luo Feng thought I might as well join now, since I'll join in the future anyway. Especially since it helped me avoid being killed, haha. Luo Feng certainly hadn't expected himself to become a follower of 9. Remoteness Master. Excellent, excellent. The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more excited he got. In the palace, Tianqian Emperor gave a salutation. Congratulations, Master. Okay, Luo Feng waved his hand and got the world ring temporarily kept by Tianqian Emperor. He sat down with his legs crossed while Masha Body entered the internal world with the water from the bloody sea. The core, in the internal world. The 600-mile-long golden-horned beast howled with excitement, producing a sound that was like far-reaching thunder. There are 9 world trees in total, while 9 Remoteness Master has 108. Princes. Masha Body stood in the sky, watching the basin-sized blood churning and smell of bloody permeating. There are 109 creatures of the same race. Counting 9 Remoteness Master, 109 of them. 9 Remoteness Master is indeed powerful, but I refuse to believe that every prince has such an outrageous life level. It will succeed, it must succeed. Masha Body stared at the lump of water from the bloody sea. Although he presumed the chance of success to be high, Luo Feng wasn't sure of the prince's life levels. Thinking about his last failure, he couldn't help but be anxious. The moment that determines my fate. Both Masha Body and Golden Horned Beast calmed down and gazed at the churning blood. So, surrounded by the world energies of the internal world, the water from the bloody sea shot up and flew high in the sky. It grew dead silent in the internal world. After a long while, the lump of water flew to the center of the internal world. Talent technique, clone breed, Luo Feng said, controlling the entire internal world with his mind. The internal world started to tremble after the doppelganger technique was triggered the last time. This time, boundless world energies flocked to the lump of bloody seawater at the center of the world. The water evaporated immediately, and only the basic life material was wrapped by the world energies. A golden ball showed up, high in the sky. It had already started to breathe. The third body. Luo Feng's mind sensed everything in an instant. It succeeded. Luo Feng realized all the life material has been resolved, and it has started to be bred. Ha ha ha, Masha Body guffawed. My third body is meant to be 9. Remoteness of the bloody sea, and I'll have boundless godly power in the future. Even if I die, I can be reborn again. This is real immortality. Golden Horned Beast roared with thrill. Excellent, excellent. Luo Feng stood up, beaming. He grabbed Tianqian Emperor and said, Tianqian, drink with me. He even summoned some other emperor limit slaves, and they started to drink their fill. Luo Feng sensed that it would take over 600 years to breed the third body. The more stable and powerful the internal world was, the easier it was to breed a body, but the stronger the body was, the longer it took for the body to be bred. It had taken Luo Feng over a year to breed the earthling body, while it took him 3 years and 9 months to breed the Masha body. As for the bloody C9 remoteness body, it would take him over 600 years. If Luo Feng didn't he choose to swallow the metal to improve his internal world, but turn to the 9th level sector lord internal body of the ordinary golden horned beast, it would take him more than 10,000 years. I already expected that it would take such a long time. It's a special life form after all. Luo Feng was overjoyed. He had taken so many risks and tried so many different methods just for his third body. Now that his internal world had finally started to breed it, all it took was cultivation. Only 600 years. He could spend the 600 years practicing, and it would be like a blink of an eye, after which his third body would be finished. I'll go to the ancestral god school. I'll need to study law comprehension in the coming 600 years, being undying isn't difficult for me, but it'll take a lot of effort to be a universe knight. Luo Feng knew clearly that he could only fully comprehend the teleportation part of his space law. As for space strangle and space seal, he could only comprehend a small portion of it. The complete space law required the combination of all 3 parts. Countless peerless talents comprehended all 3, but had been stuck at the last step for an eternity, like Tru Yen Emperor, Zhuchong Emperor, and Bark Mirror Emperor. Luo Feng couldn't underestimate it. The more I accumulate, the more beneficial it is for a breakthrough. Besides, third move for moon policy and star map. Luo Feng realized he had lots of things to do. After drinking, Luo Feng told Primal Chaos City leader what happened. Primal Chaos City leader was thrilled to know that Luo Feng didn't use his favor and had started to breed his third body. Haha, Primal Chaos City leader said, even though the powerful universe masters close to the ancestral god school are the leaders of different streams of the sub-organization of ancestral god school, they only belong to the sub-organization. This 9 remoteness he has lived so long that he thinks competing with the other old guys is fun. Luo Feng, work hard. Since you're so valued by the ancestral god school, you might get some true treasures in the future. Think about Zhuchong Emperor, who obtained 2. Take anything you can when the time comes. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng answered. On the same day, Luo Feng's original earthling body left Primal Secret Region and arrived at Bauhinia Island through God Country transportation. Luo Feng gathered with his teacher, Tru Yen Knight, and some of his friends, like Thousand Rain Emperor, Cha Man Emperor, and Lily Emperor. After being back to Bauhinia Island, and the news spread. Blade River Emperor is back. Blade River Emperor is back from 9 remoteness space. Were Blade River Emperor's true treasures left at the central place where 9 remoteness whirlpool leads to? They have to be even universe knights aren't likely to survive that place. Blade River Emperor must have revived himself using his clone technique. But I can't sense Blade River Emperor's sector Lord aura. Same, I saw Blade River Emperor, too, but I didn't sense his sector Lord aura. I think Blade River Emperor still has his true treasures. How is it possible even universe knights can't survive that place? I think either Blade River Emperor has become undying or he got a new true treasure. New true treasure. Humans are a peak race. Those lower tier true treasures might be attracted to ordinary races, but they are just ordinary to humans, and they have an abundant number of them. The news spread like wildfire through the open-air square in the world of glory, and Bark Mirror Emperor knew it, too. In the palace. Bark Mirror Emperor's godly body had fully recovered, however, he looked colder and crueler. He was innately gloomy and ferocious, even more so after being crushed by True Yen Knight. No Sector Lord or Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his teeth. Did he become undying or get a new true treasure, I'll kill him directly if he is undying. I'm a noble and powerful special life form. If he has a new true treasure, then I'll take it by force. Blade River Emperor, True Yen Knight, I'll have my revenge. Luo Feng sat in his palace and started practicing after spending quality time with his teacher and friends, in spite of the spreading rumors outside. Luo Feng felt the mountain quivering right after he landed on its top. Even before he moved, he was bewildered. Was this the sign that the treasure was opening? The mountain kept trembling more and more fiercely. The heirs who had been chatting casually or looking for treasures all shot up and looked toward the mountain Luo Feng stood on. Soon, the sky was filled with heirs from all races in every direction. The treasure. The treasure will be opened. He opened the treasure. Bark Mirror Emperor flew up too. Impossible. He opened his golden eyes wide and saw that there were 7 heirs on the trembling mountain, including Luo Feng. It has to be one of the other 6 heirs. It has to be. He hated Blade River Emperor from the bottom of his heart and was not willing to see him get the valuable. It was the 106th tallest mountain. Although it was only ranked 106th, it was still one of the top 108 valuables, and each was as valuable as a true treasure. Even the lower-ranked valuables were a match for most average true treasures. Bark Mirror Emperor only had one ordinary true treasure and refused to believe that Blade River Emperor could also get one. Unfortunately for Bark Mirror Emperor, that wasn't his decision. The other heirs standing on the mountain were thrilled. The valuable, it's the valuable. The mountain has started to tremble. The treasure will be opened. It's me. I just touched this tree. I must have triggered it. No, it's me. I triggered the valuable. The heirs were all excited and nervous, even though they all knew that the mountain had only trembled after Blade River Emperor landed on it. They still held out hope that it could be one of them. They wouldn't give up, as long as there was even a slight trace of hope. After all, this was one of the top 108 valuables. Hua hua hua. The 5-colored Aurora Lake was right above the mountain, and suddenly thousands of auroras started to swirl like whirlpools. Show 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 show. Thousands of auroras dropped from the sky, each of them more than 6,000 miles long and comprised of 5 colors. They dove like meteors and enveloped the mountain, instantly separating it from the outside world like an impossibly massive bead curtain. The heirs felt an upwelling of emotions looking at the magnificent scene. Breathtaking, the thousands of auroras bore incredibly energy. Just a few of them was all it would take to kill a universe knight. It was, after all, the guarding true treasure of the first power of the universe, and also the most powerful true treasure in the universe. The heirs continued to argue with one another. It's mine. The valuable is mine. The auroras shrouded the entire mountain, together with the heirs standing on the top and hillside. Suddenly, strong forces swept across them, teleporting them outside the veil. No, no, it's mine, the heirs from other races complained. Outside the veil, the many onlookers speculated the implications of the scene. Who opened the valuable? It has to be Blade River Emperor. I saw him land on the mountain. There are lots of heirs on the mountain, and some are on the hillside. Perhaps it's a valuable hidden at the hillside. They were engaged in a heated debate when they saw So one creature after another, large or small, covered with scales, transparent or liquid alike, were kicked out by the five-colored Aurora Lake. Who triggered the valuable? They're all kicked out. All of us. It's Blade River Emperor, yes, the only one still there. The heirs who got out grudgingly looked at each other, confirming that only Blade River Emperor was still there. Those watching from afar started to search for Blade River Emperor, but they couldn't find him. They knew instantly that he was the one who had triggered the valuable. Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his teeth and showed his fangs, watching furiously, but what could he do? The heirs beside him looked at each other, but didn't dare to make a sound, as they knew that Bark Mirror Emperor was infuriated. Bei Shan Knight looked at Bark Mirror Emperor afar and cursed him imbecile. An idiotic, crazy, ferocious beast with no intelligence. Ferocious beasts were creatures in the universe with great power but limited intelligence. Even though Luo Feng couldn't see anything happening outside, he could guess what was happening. He smiled, feeling the mountain tremble under his feet. It's me who gets the valuable. He had heard about the scene when a valuable within the land of valuables was triggered. Some of the supreme beings in the ancestral god school had designed specific conditions for unlocking the valuables hidden there, and those conditions were managed by the five-colored Aurora Lake. It monitored everything it covered, and every move by the heirs was under careful surveillance. For instance, when Luo Feng was assassinated and revived, he had the apparent aura of a sector lord. Five-colored Aurora Lake would then record information that he was a sector lord with clone technique, and the attributes were automatically collected and processed by the lake once the attributes matched the conditions of a certain valuable. It would reveal that valuable if a qualifying heir arrived at its location. However, for the sake of confidentiality, it would blockade the area where the valuable was hidden to make sure that only the valuable contributor, the valuable opener, and the five-color Aurora Lake knew what the valuable was. When Seven-Blade Emperor had gotten a valuable, nobody had known what valuable he had acquired. There was only one object in the world ring, an ancient ship. It was 75,000 miles long and 19,000 miles wide, shining with silver light. The ship looked more like a seagoing warship than a spaceship. What is it? Luo Feng snuck his spiritual force into the ancient ship and merged a trace of spirit imprint into the ship. All of a sudden, a great amount of information flooded his mind, which amazed him. Luo Feng reached out his hand. So, a flash of silver flight flew out and fell into his palm. It was an ancient ship the size of a glass marble. It is the flying palace-type treasure. Luo Feng's eyes were blazing, and he gazed at the ancient ship with excitement. It's only a top-tier treasure, but it's believed to be as precious as a true treasure. No wonder. It's a flying palace type, and there are definitely great beings willing to trade it with a true treasure. Luo Feng instantly knew everything about the ancient ship. It was called Silver Dragon Phantom Ship, and it was a top-tier treasure and functioned like Skywolf Palace. It would protect the user as long as he was inside the ship. Unless the enemy destroyed the ship, a material attack would be rendered almost useless, and a soul attack would also be significantly weakened. If Luo Feng had this ship when he was hunted by Bark Mirror Emperor, he couldn't be hurt by Bark Mirror Emperor as long as he hid inside the ship, and he could get rid of Bark Mirror Emperor with the ship. Similarly, Master of Sky Wolf had escaped the dreadful attack that came from entire burning 9 remoteness ocean with the help of his Sky Wolf palace. Armor can only weaken a small portion of material attacks and soul attacks. Luo Feng said, his eyes gleaming, but this silver dragon phantom ship is enormous, and staying inside is like being protected by a huge fortress. It's better even than the most expensive godly base of the automaton race. Though Silver Dragon Phantom ship couldn't change its direction flexibly, it was incredibly speedy, running on a straight line, and had mighty defending power. Haha, this is a top-tier treasure. Universe Knights definitely one to be able to destroy it. As for Universe Masters, even they might need to use significant energies to damage a top-tier treasure. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Inside the Silver Dragon Phantom ship, together with his Tower Pearl, to protect his soul, once he became undying. Luo Feng couldn't help grinning. Of course, a valuable needed adequate power to be utilized, otherwise, it would be taken by a supreme being if the user couldn't drive the ancient ship fast enough. I can use this Silver Dragon Phantom ship once I become undying. Luo Feng nodded. When I become much stronger in the future and able to drive Star Tower, that will be my trump card. After that, this Silver Dragon Phantom ship will be my vehicle. Only on the surface. Silver Dragon Phantom ship sounds redundant. I'll just call you Galaxy. Luo Feng named it after its aura of silver light, glimmering like the stars in the galaxy. Treasures all had their own original names, but most of them sounded redundant. Purple Clock was one such example. Its original name was Demon Note Flame God Clock, but Luo Feng called it Purple Clock instead. Galaxy, you'll be my partner until I can drive Star Tower, Luo Feng thought, looking at the ancient ship in his hand. It had been 500 years since Luo Feng came back from 9 remoteness space. In the land of valuables of the ancestral god school, the end of the mountain range was not visible. Mountains stood shoulder to shoulder, some of them were towering, and some were precipitous. There were lakes of all sizes between the mountains. A fighter stood using his snake tail to wipe clean the rock behind him. I haven't seen a new valuable for a long time. They say there are countless valuables here. It wouldn't make sense if valuables showed up all the time. No matter how many valuables there are, they will be gone in the end. It's boring. If the valuables don't appear, valuables coming into sight, that view is thrilling. Expectation flashed through the triangular eyes of the snake-tailed other race. I really hope that view is for me. Haha, someone laughed all of a sudden. You've been here tens of millions of times. Stop dreaming. It's Blade River Emperor, said a nearby heir. Blade River Emperor's here, another replied. Blade River hasn't shown up after coming back from 9 remoteness space. The first place he chose to land is in the land of valuables. Where is he? Where is Blade River Emperor? Many heirs were looking in all directions, some even flew up in the sky, and soon, they all turned in the same direction. A silver-armored human youngster was flying directly to the tallest mountain in the land of valuables. Luo Feng looked around and rejoiced in his heart. Looks like I'm famous among the heirs of ancestral god school. What made Luo Feng overjoyed was the progress he had made in the past 500 years, especially the maturing of his third body. It'll take around 100 more years for my third body to mature, after which I can become undying. I need to come here before turning into an undying fighter. Luo Feng glanced at the mountain range, where there were innumerable valuables. I'm a sector lord now, perhaps some supreme beings prepared Valuables, for Sector Lord level heirs. If I become undying, I won't be able to take them anymore. So his first target was the tallest of the mountains. Each of the 108 mountains stored one of the most precious of 108 valuables, and only 42 of them had been acquired by heirs. The others were still waiting for the suitable heirs. Look, Blade River Emperor went to the tallest mountains. It seems Blade River Emperor came here for valuables, too. He came here once before, and after confronting Beishan Knight, he left instantly without taking a proper tour around the land of valuables. I thought he wasn't interested in this place. Finally, he came. 108 most precious valuables are equally distributed among the 108 tallest mountains in the land of valuables, and his first target is the tallest one. He is ambitious. Among the great beings of other races standing afar, some were jealous of or even hostile against Luo Feng. With a loud snort, a figure with golden hair and eyes walked out from the apex of a mountain. His back was slightly bent, giving him the appearance of an aggressive beast. Bark Mirror Emperor. Bark Mirror Emperor, do you think Blade River Emperor can get a valuable? Asked an heir. He is targeting the highest mountain, several heirs beside him said. Bark Mirror Emperor smirked. The valuables on the highest mountains have been here ever since the ancestral god school was founded. Rumor has it that they were placed by one of the ancestral gods. A few Sector Lord level special life forms throughout the history have tried, but none of them could get a valuable. As for Blade River Emperor, he is so unqualified for the land of valuables. The heirs around him nodded. Bark Mirror Emperor, came a voice from a towering figure. Bark Mirror Emperor followed the direction of the voice and spotted Beishan Knight. Beishan Knight glanced at Luo Feng afar first, then said, Blade River Emperor has disappeared for so many years, and now, the first place he goes is the land of valuables. It seems he really wants a valuable. I think his efforts will be in vain. Begone! Bark Mirror Emperor suddenly shouted. Beishan Knight's eye went wide in surprise. Humph, do you think you can be my ally just because both of us hold grudges against that Blade River Emperor, you damn one-eyed thing who bullied an undying heir from my Northern Territory alliance? Get the hell away from me. Bark Mirror Emperor showed his fangs and stared at Beishan Knight coldly. Beishan Knight's body trembled with anger. He was a Universe Knight who had heard that Bark Mirror Emperor was ruthless, greedy, and unapproachable, which was why he hadn't approached him until now. Now that there was a feud between Bark Mirror Emperor and Blade River Emperor, he thought they could be closer. Because of their commonality, he was willing to become friends with Bark Mirror Emperor, who was already his equal. Once Bark Mirror Emperor became a Universe Knight, he could become a Universe Overlord with some proper training very soon. But Bark Mirror Emperor clearly did not share this sentiment. Okay, said Beishan Knight, so furious that his face was twitching. Bark Mirror Emperor, how ruthless you are. Bark Mirror Emperor clenched his teeth, snorted, and flew away. Bark Mirror Emperor simmered. Just who does he think he is? The heirs around him gazed at each other with dismay. Heirs like Bark Mirror Emperor and Zhuchong Emperor were so powerful that they didn't need to respect Universe Knights. There were differences between Universe Knights. Those who were Universe Overlords could crush Bark Mirror Emperor without any problem. Even Bark Mirror Emperor and Zhuchong Emperor needed proper training to become Universe Overlords after becoming Universe Knights. Without a doubt, these special life forms whose life levels were thousands of times higher than ordinary life forms had great potential to become universe overlords, which was why the top superpowers like the Northern Territory Alliance and the Ancestral God School all valued special life forms and even gave them true treasures. Luo Feng didn't see the confrontation between Bark Mirror Emperor and Bei Shan Knight. He landed on the tallest of the mountains. The tallest mountain means the most precious valuable, he said. Rumor has it that an ancestral god put the valuable here personally. Luo Feng stood on the top of the mountain and walked around, but nothing happened. The rule said the valuable would show itself if an heir was qualified and stood on the mountain. If there was no change, Luo Feng was not qualified, he had failed. The heirs standing afar began to gossip about what they had just seen. As for Bark Mirror Emperor, he had a rare smile on his face. It is 90% possible that Blade River Emperor is Luo Feng, he muttered. Luo Feng is True Yan's disciple. Bark Mirror Emperor snorted and stared at Luo Feng. Although he had hunted Luo Feng before, he wasn't quite as belligerent now as he had been. He had, after all, almost been killed by True Yan Knight. That encounter was the closest he had ever been to death. Bark Mirror Emperor was infuriated. He hated True Yan Knight and swore that he would kill True Yan once he became a Universe Knight. Blade River Emperor was likely to be a disciple of True Yan, who went after him to avenge Blade River Emperor, which made Bark Mirror Emperor antagonistic against Blade River Emperor, too. True Yan Blade River Bark Mirror, said the two names in a low voice. Bark Mirror Emperor and heir, called out. Blade River Emperor failed again. This time, he went to the second tallest mountain, and he stopped by other mountains and lakes. Nothing happened. He arrived at the second tallest mountain. Nothing happened at all. The heirs kept talking. Bark Mirror Emperor smiled more and more broadly. He said, "It's not that easy to get a valuable. The most precious 108 valuables here have been attracting heirs since the beginning of the universe, and only 42 of them have been taken on average. The time elapsed between two valuables being taken is practically an eternity. The conditions are harsh. One mountain after another, one lake after another. Luo Feng kept flying and landing, flying and landing. Failed. Luo Feng failed again and again, from the tallest mountain to the 60th tallest mountain. He also stopped by lots of other places along the route, which took him tens of hours. Meanwhile, undying fighters watched while drinking glasses of wine. "It's so difficult to open a valuable," Luo Feng said. However, he did not panic. He had come here, after all, simply to try. "It seems lots of other races hate me." Luo Feng flew to a canyon and glanced at the onlookers afar. In the past tens of hours, he had been watched. Most of the heirs were just watching him try for fun, while some were actually jealous or hostile toward him. In fact, most weren't hostile toward Luo Feng personally. Instead, they were hostile toward the whole human race. The human race was a peak race in the universe and had committed countless massacres in the universe. Other races wanted to kill them. Humans were ruthless when it came to killing other races, and generation after generation, many races had learned to loathe humans. The peak races became peak races through killing. You can't be a peak race if you're merciful. You need resources to become a peak race, and you need to kill to get the resources. This was what True Yan had told Luo Feng once, when they were drinking together. Presently, Luo Feng spotted some other races flying toward him, cursing the human race. However, Luo Feng just sneered. Those who were not his kin were sure to be of a different heart. Everyone was fighting for their own race, and there was no right or wrong. Humans needed to kill or enslave a plethora of animals to survive on Earth. If humans were not pitiless enough, they might have been killed off by those other animals. The same rule applied. Luo Feng had such a strong will that he disregarded all the curses. This is the universe. The weak are the prey of the strong. Luo Feng arrived at the 106th tallest mountain. He didn't have much hope by now. However, just as Luo Feng landed on the 106th tallest mountain, Hong, long, long, the entire mountain started to quiver, which attracted the attention of all. The airs present. Suddenly, hustle and bustle filled the land of valuables. Luo Feng waved his hands, and the ancient ship Galaxy merged into the skin of his arm. I got all my spaceships from the emperors, but I already feel that they're inadequate. My original plan was to get a better spaceship after becoming undying, but this ancient ship Galaxy that can rival a true treasure is better than any spaceship built by humans or the automaton race. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Xiao. A trace of shrinking aurora flew towards Luo Feng. This startled him, as the Universe Knight who had tried to assassinate him had been easily killed by the aurora. Luo Feng tried to dodge it, but the surrounding space seemed to be sealed, making it difficult for Luo Feng to move. The aurora touched Luo Feng gently. Luo Feng stood on the ground, dazed. Hong. The rocks that had begun to float when the treasure was revealed suddenly dropped back down into the hole, and the mountain reverted back to how it was originally. The thousands of auroras shrouding the mountain from sight shot up and flew back to the five-colored aurora lake. The heirs watching the scene from afar were all guessing, but none of them could see anything. Look, Blade River Emperor seems to be stupefied because he was amazed. A defending true treasure. An attacking true treasure. A treasure to recover his godly body. Luo Feng glanced around, then teleported himself to a canyon in a remote part of the land of valuables. It was silent in the canyon. Luo Feng stayed there alone and whispered, "Wine Master." The moment the aurora touched his head, he received some information, a message from the Valuable-S contributor to the future inheritor of the valuable. He heard a voice passing along the message. "I don't belong to any race, and I've been all alone since the beginning of the universe. The only friend I have is Crane Knight, but Crane is blessed with good luck. I don't know who I should give my valuables to that are no longer of any use to me, since the ancestral god school set up a land of valuables. I'll leave this Silver Dragon phantom ship to my juniors. The conditions are a sector lord who wins over 1,000 challenges and completes the third-level beast god inheritance. If you can satisfy those conditions, you're a true talent of your time. Remember, it was Wine Master who gave you the valuable. Ha ha ha. It was a plain and simple message. Luo Feng immediately realized that it was a Universe Master who had given him the valuable, but his title was a bit bizarre. Wine Master Wine as his title. Luo Feng was confused. He immediately connected to the virtual universe with his mind. Now that he had high access authority, he could search for lots of secrets in the universe. In the virtual universe. In front of the desk, Luo Feng looked at the laptop screen, searching for Wine Master. Schwa. There was only a single entry. Luo Feng clicked it. Wine master and inborn beast god, and a wind and time beast god, he was a unique life in the universe and was born to be a beast god he called himself. Riding wind, he was obsessed with drinking, and thus, other supreme beings in the universe gave him the title wine. He was one of the first beast gods of the ancestral god school, deceased. Old Luo Feng was shocked by the message. This wine master was an inborn beast god. There were inborn beast gods and learned beast gods. The latter were those who completed the comprehension of the beast god path and inherited the beast god position, and these were the ordinary beast gods. Yet there were some creatures who were innately universe masters at the beginning of the universe, and they themselves were the beast god manifestation of fusion laws. Deceased. The voice echoed in Luo Feng's ears. Remember, it was Wine Master who left you the valuable, ha ha ha. Such a supreme being, deceased Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh. An alcoholic inborn beast god. Luo Feng could imagine the scene. An inborn beast god carrying a huge wine jar, standing on the ancient ship. Alcoholic Luo Feng murmured, "Now that you left me a valuable, I'll certainly pay you back if I have the opportunity." An inborn beast god, alcoholic, wine master, called himself Riding Wind. Luo Feng had a favorable impression of the fallen wine master even though he'd never seen him. Unfortunately, the inborn beast god had been born when the universe first came into being. Perhaps he was older than Primal Chaos City leader and gigantic axe founder. He had been one of the earliest beast gods of the ancestral god school, and he had fallen a long time ago. Even the powerful universe masters can fall, Luo Feng thought, like the universe supreme masters if they're willing to pay the price to kill a universe master. Most of them can't survive it, except those like Primal Chaos City leader and 9 remoteness master, who have extraordinary skills. Primal Chaos City leader was invincible in the Primal Universe 9. Remoteness master was undefeatable in 9 remoteness ocean. Luo Feng rejoiced at the choice of his third body. After lamenting the death of Wine Master in the remote cave in the land of valuables, he was soon found by other heirs. He was calm and frank, and he continued touring Land of Valuables. The bottom line for him was to tour the Land of Valuables thoroughly, because he might obtain some other valuables. Most of his will was practicing in the virtual universe, and thus searching for valuables. Didn't he consume much energy? Half an hour after he obtained Ancient Ship Galaxy, a shadow flew towards him. Blade River, Blade River. Luo Feng lifted his head and saw Thousand Rain Emperor. Thousand Rain Emperor. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. "Congratulations, Thousand Rain Emperor," said excitedly. "I just entered the World of Glory and heard that you got one of the 108 valuables. Congratulations." "It's no big deal." Luo Feng grinned. "Where are the others?" "True Yan Knight has prepared a celebration meal for you, Thousand Rain Emperor," said Cha Man Emperor, "and the others are all there." True Yan Knight asked me to invite you. The knight said that getting one of the 108 valuables from the ancestral god school will be remembered forever, so we need to formally celebrate your achievement. That's why I was asked to invite you. Luo Feng was dazed, then smiled. Teacher, True Yan had prepared a celebration meal. Well, I had planned to fly around for a bit longer. Luo Feng looked at the Land of Valuables, but it seems I'll have to come another time. Fly around for what? Thousand Rain Emperor was confused. There's nothing to fly around for. You've got a valuable, haven't you? Perhaps I can trigger a second valuable, said Luo Feng. Impossible as long as you open the first valuable, you can't trigger a second 1000 Reign Emperor said, this has been the law ever since the ancestral god school established land of valuables. Ed Luo Feng blinked his eyes, although he had asked Cha Man Emperor about the details of the land of valuables. He only knew the basics. When the land of valuables was opened, he didn't know whether he could open a second valuable. I wouldn't lie to you, Thousand Reign Emperor said, let us go. Fortunately, you've only been here for a short while. If you wander around here much longer, many heirs from other races will figure out that you're trying to trigger other valuables and will secretly laugh at you. Luo Feng looked around. The heirs in the distance were still amazed by the opening of the valuable half an hour ago. After all, since the birth of the universe, only 42 of the 108 valuables had been opened. 43, including the one opened today. The heirs were conversing with each other and only glanced at Luo Feng once in a while. Most of them looked envious or jealous. No one looked greedy, except those great beings from races hostile to the human race. Power and status should match valuables. A star traveler level small fry. Getting a true treasure was like committing suicide even for a powerful sector lord like Luo Feng. Couldn't he make it public knowledge that he owned the true treasure Shi Wing, given to him by Primal Chaos City leader? Otherwise, he would be in trouble. However, it was different for him now. Luo Feng had proven his capabilities by surviving Bark Mirror Emperor and Mud Swallowing Knight. Only a few would dare to try to take the valuables Luo Feng was carrying. After all, it was not worth risking lives for an unknown valuable. When I first stepped off Earth, I was so careful, as even a spaceship of the automaton race would bring me disaster. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. Now, he had several true treasures, but almost nobody dared to attack him. Bark Mirror Emperor's face twitched. He bared his fangs as he watched Luo Feng and Thousand Reign Emperor leave. The heirs standing beside him knew that Bark Mirror Emperor was furious. Damn it, goddamn human! Bark Mirror was exasperated. This is pure luck. When the time comes, I'll show you that power is everything next time. There'll be no 9 remoteness whirlpool for you to hide in. He hated True Yan and Blade River Emperor now. He was full of grievances. Seeing Blade River Emperor obtaining one of the top 108 valuables. Bark Mirror Emperor, a green-tongued creature, said the reason this Blade River Emperor can kill Emperor limits as a sector lord has to be the special power of the valuables he gained outside. However, with his power growing, the valuables become less useful. When he becomes undying, those valuables won't be that helpful anymore. No matter what, he is just a human with a low life level. He can in no way compare with special life forms like you and Zhu Chong Emperor when he becomes undying. You're right. Bark Mirror Emperor's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He is just a human. Bark Mirror Emperor licked his fangs and looked in Luo Feng's direction. His life level is just so low. Could it be possible that he can be so forceful with his valuables forever? My life level is 1000 times higher than him. Even if he becomes undying, killing him will be as easy as destroying a star. Bark Mirror Emperor was correct. Valuables couldn't help someone forever. A powerful true treasure like Star Tower required amazingly great power to drive completely, which meant treasures without strength meant nothing. As for things like FAMO poison, they were useless in a fight at the universe night level. Even the golden armor golden horned beast war was destroyed completely under a strike from Bark Mirror Emperor's burning godly body. things like general armors, golden armors, and Fei-Mo venom, which had helped Luo Feng a great deal, were either eliminated or significantly weakened. After the celebration meal, Primal Chaos City leader summoned Luo Feng. At the apex of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, Primal Chaos City leader was looking down at Thunder Island in the towering palace enveloped by boundless haze. Luo Feng showed up and gave a salutation. Teacher. Primal Chaos City leader turned around and looked at Luo Feng with his brooding eyes. He smiled and said, "You got one of the 108 valuables." "Yes," said Luo Feng, "it's a top-tier flying palace-type treasure. It's called Silver Dragon Phantom Ship." Silver Dragon Phantom Ship, he thought in silence for a while, but couldn't he recall that valuable? He continued, "You're lucky to have a flying palace type. Because it's rare and precious. Flying palace type top-tier treasures might be more highly desired by universe knights than the Sherwu wing I gave you." Luo Feng nodded, as he had thought that too. "Who left it there?" Primal Chaos City leader asked him. "Wine Master," Luo Feng said. "I've searched for him online, and know he was one of the earliest beast gods of the ancestral god school." "Wine Master riding wind?" Primal Chaos City leader broke into laughter. "Now I know it, it's his wine ship." That Wine Master was a very interesting universe master, and he was unbelievably powerful as an inborn beast god. Unfortunately, inborn beast gods are destined to be hunted, and that's why Primal Chaos City leader sulked. Luo Feng was startled. Inborn beast gods were destined to be hunted. Couldn't he help recalling the ancient picture he had previously seen in Blood River World? There had been a supreme being fighting the beast god in Blood River World, and that beast god seemed to have fallen. Why were they hunted? Luo Feng couldn't he help asking. Primal Chaos City leader glanced at Luo Feng and answered calmly, "Inborn beast gods are different from the learned ones. They were born out of the essence of the universe, which made them a natural valuable. Their scales, furs, and blood, every part of their bodies had amazing effects and were more precious than several thousand of or even 10,000 ordinary true treasures." Hunting an inborn beast god was a feast where lots of supreme beings joined. Luo Feng was shocked. Their bodies, every part, for resources and for opportunities. Primal Chaos City leader said, "There are many different ways to compete malice, and thus killings among different races in the universe were a form of competition. Yet the ancestral god school, who claimed not to favor any faction or occupy any territory, practices a different type of competition. It may appear not to be involved in competition on the surface, but it has reached another level of it." Luo Feng nodded as an old saying went in Huaxia, "Only by giving up the competition can a man find no competitors in the world." Finding no competitors in the world required a great amount of power and influence. For instance, the ancestral god school couldn't reach a higher level of competition without its 3 ancestral gods and its neutrality policy, and that was how it could attract countless talent fighters from all the races in the universe through inheritance tokens. At the same time, other races were willing to send their talented fighters within their races to the ancestral god school for training, as they knew the ancestral god school didn't compete, at least superficially. That was how the ancestral god school had become the #1 power in the universe. "They're all competing with each other," Primal Chaos City leader said. "Ever since the first time an inborn beast god died, all the races in the universe knew the majestic functions of a dead inborn beast god. From then on, all the Other inborn beast bods were hunted no matter how powerful they are, unless they hide forever, they will fall under intensive attacks. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng like the blood river crystals you're using those came from an inborn beast god. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. The one who had died in Blood River World was indeed an inborn beast god. Remember, the weak are the prey of the strong. Primal Chaos City Leader stared at Luo Feng. That is the law of the strong. You are one of another race to all the other races in the universe, and nobody will pity you. The only thing eternal is competition. The fight. All you must do is gain resources continuously to make yourself stronger. If you're stronger, your race is stronger. The strength of a race is determined by the most senior group, and each member of that group is a pillar of the race. You're quite likely to become a pillar of our human race. Luo Feng nodded. Before you become undying, merge with that blood river crystal completely. Primal Chaos City Leader said it can help you improve your life gene level. You're a black warrior. You're likely to improve your life gene level to 100 times stronger than a universe ordinary life. 100 times, Luo Feng asked. The life gene level of his original earthling body was already 48 times stronger since Luo Feng started practicing the 9-volume manual. If he used the power of Blood River, it would hit 480 times. It was already a major universe special life form. 100 times is the limit. Primal Chaos City Leader said. Body, strength, and amplification 100 times is their limit, and it's the same for soul amplification and life gene level. This is part of the universe's rule, just as lightspeed is the fastest one can travel in the original universe. Luo Feng held his breath. Both body strength amplification and soul spirit amplification were extremely rare. Luo Feng only had 32 times soul amplification after receiving Demon Note General Inheritance, which was soul spirit amplification technique. As for body strength amplification, Luo Feng Han Ti had such luck. The limit is 100 times, Luo Feng murmured. That's right, 100 times. However, his original earthling body was already 480 times stronger, and his golden horned beast body was over 1,000 times stronger. Are there any other ways to improve the life gene level more than 100 times? Luo Feng asked. Yes, said Primal Chaos City Leader. What is it? Asked Luo Feng. Soul transfer, Primal Chaos City Leader answered. You do soul transfer on a special organism, and once that's completed, you'll have the body of a special life, just with a different soul. Though some soul-related talent techniques will disappear, those body-related talent techniques and life gene levels can both be inherited, but it is difficult. First of all, undying fighters' life imprints are merged with each of their self-fragments, and if you destroy their life imprints, you effectively destroy their entire godly body. That is why you can only do soul transfer on creatures beneath the undying level. Besides, if I'm a sector lord trying to do soul transfer on a universe level special life form, it'll be easier to defeat him than to transfer his soul. Even if you try to transfer his soul, my sector lord's soul will be a huge burden to the body, and it will be crushed if the body can't withhold it. Luo Feng nodded. He knew that souls and bodies had to match each other. For humans, in general, their bodies needed to be at level 7 sector lord to hold level 9 sector lord human souls, otherwise, the bodies would be crushed. You need to find a special life form whose body can withhold your soul. Primal Chaos City Leader explained, but if his body is capable of doing that, It means that special life form is your match and together with his talent. Techniques, chances are that you'll be killed by him. Besides, Sector Lord level special life forms hardly leave the secret region of the universe, and even if you can meet and defeat them, they'd rather self-destruct than have soul transfer done to them. In short, doing soul transfer on special life forms is highly beneficial, but it's difficult to succeed. Only a few have succeeded so far. Are there any other ways? Luo Feng asked. Those like you who have clone techniques can breed a special organism body. Primal Chaos City leader said, of course, the downside is that a special organism that can be bred is generally one of the weak ones. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, he couldn't breed a world tree. He had golden horned beast's internal world. It swallowed a huge amount of metal to form a gigantic internal world. But it could only breed a body with a life level hundreds of times higher. In short, there are lots of ways to accomplish it, and it often needs special organisms, said Primal Chaos City leader. Any other ways? Luo Feng asked again. No, there are not. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. However, he hesitated and added, of course, there are hundreds of millions of races in the universe, and there are some supreme beings. Some secrets remained undiscovered. Perhaps there are some methods even I don't know of. However, I can be sure of one thing: it's a fair universe. Even if there are some secret extraordinary methods, they'll surely cost a lot. Luo Feng nodded. That was right. The 9-volume manual was created by the Universe Supreme Master, Swishan Ku, who devoted all his time and energy, and created the invaluable Sky Soul Crystal to bear it, and only after that could it be inherited. Even so, only one creature could obtain the information of the 9-volume manual. It could be seen how demanding the universe rule was. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Don't overthink it. 100 times was the limit. It's already rare to be 100 times stronger. Lots of universe knights only improve their life gene level 10 times. As for you, you're a black warrior, and you're already at 10 times. You can improve it a great deal with beast god blood in the future. Luo Feng nodded. He also planned to merge with Blood River crystals before becoming undying. Thus, his godly body could reach a supreme level after becoming undying. Go, said Primal Chaos City leader. If you need beast god blood, you can apply for the resource through the Virtual Universe Company. Yes, Luo Feng gave a salutation and left. In the palace of Primal Secret Region, Masha Body sat with his legs crossed, and in the internal world, golden horned beast started to merge Blood River crystals again. Luo Feng had let golden horned beast body merge with Blood River crystals in the outer region battlefield before, and he could merge with 165 Blood River crystals back then. He had only completed the first volume of the 9-volume manual, and Han Ti completely transformed his will, as he Han Ti completed the Life or Death Inheritance in Star Tower. 166, 167, 168. Golden Horned Beast sat there like a mountain. As for Luo Feng's original Earthling body, he sat on the Golden Horned Beast's back with his legs crossed as a space beast measuring over 600 miles long. He was like a towering mountain with a broad back, the original Earthling body sitting on his back looked like he was in the middle of colossal, rolling plains. Chi. The original Earthling body moved his wings and cut through the scales, creating a deep wound in Golden Horned Beast's back. The original Earthling body took out a triangular prism-shaped blood crystal and tossed it into the gaping cut, then another and another. Golden horned beast merged with each of the blood river crystals as they were thrown into its body. The process repeated itself over and over again. 196, 197, 198 Luo Feng said, tossing blood river crystals into the wound. He recalled the life or death inheritance, last time a life or death experience. Lasting more than 6,000 years, it had completely reshaped his will, and he had made great advancements in the 10,000 years since the last blood river crystal merging. 200. After the 200th blood river crystal integrated into golden horned beast's back, the back started to flow with the blood river energies. The muscles, bones, and scales on it were transformed instantly. The back bulged, and the muscles twisted like pieces of rebar under enormous pressure. The scales condensed and turned golden. There were bloody threads on the golden scales, and they constituted a terrific, roaring beast god, the mighty power, the magnificent power. After completing the first 5 volumes of 9-volume manual, coupled with golden horned beast's life gene level being 10 times that of ordinary life forms, his life gene level had been improved 480 times now. Under the blood river energies, his right claw hit the limit instantly. His back was improved 20 times, which was twice as powerful as the undriven body. The same thing happened to his right claw, and once it was driven, it was twice as powerful as the body before the blood river energies began to flow. Keep merging, keep the balance, and choose the left claw. The original earthling body stood on the boundless meadow, looking at the giant claws. The scales on the claws were cut, and blood was dripping down. Luo Feng threw in one blood river crystal after another. 226, 227, 228. The process continued. 281, 282. They have started to affect his will. The original earthling body frowned after merging 282 blood river crystals. Golden horned beast's mind was affected by the vicious energy. I can see how much I've improved based on the number of blood river crystals I'm able to merge with. My will was greatly enhanced. Luo Feng didn't change his facial expression at all. The pain under the vicious attack and the blood river energies merging were nothing compared to the agony he had to endure when Star Tower integrated with his soul. 299, 300. His right claw had also hit the limit. Hell! Golden horned beast roared with thrill. Meanwhile, he moved his front claws, and both his claws became sturdy. His scales turned shining gold. 2 beast godheads made of bloody threads roared on the golden scales. Golden horned beast could feel his power surge as he stepped on the image of the beast god. I think he can still merge dozens more, thought Luo Feng, and to make it more beneficial, I need to merge it in different places. Luo Feng made up his mind. 10 more for each part of his body. Luo Feng was exhilarated every time one more crystal was merged, as this represented his power increasing. However, there was a limit to his power. With his ultra-strong will, he was able to merge 380 blood river crystals. When he was trying to merge the 381st one, however, he couldn't withhold it anymore. The energy surpassed his limits. Luo Feng screamed with agony and failed. The right claw, the left claw, and the back had all merged with 100 blood river crystals. The tail, both of the back claws, the scaled wing, and the upper back all merged with 10 blood river crystals, while the head merged with 20. He had successfully merged with 380 crystals. The right claw, the left claw, and the back are all twice as powerful as Before the blood river energies were integrated, he said, gasping the other 7 areas of my body also became twice as powerful, which means it's now more than 6,000 times stronger than that of a sector lord. My life gene level is more than 6,000 times stronger, now nearly 6,500 times stronger, in fact. Golden Horned Beast lifted his head and roared, feeling the blood river energies that had penetrated every part of his body. The genes changed instantly, together with the constitution. The bones started to crack, and suddenly, Golden Horned Beast grew to twice its previous size. The scales became pale, especially the front claws, and the back, which were the sturdiest parts of the body. Each scale was covered with bloody threads and formed one beast god picture after another. Some of them were simple while others were exquisite. The bloodline empowered Golden Horned Beast a great deal. It should be 6,400 times more powerful. The body had been 480 times stronger before the energies were driven. Now, it was 6,400 times stronger. Now Golden Horned Beast started to roar with excitement. Haha, 6,000 times. I'm 6,000 times stronger. Juchong Emperor, as a special life form, is only 5,000 times. Bark Mirror Emperor's life gene level is 2,000 times, and there are only a few in the universe can rival him. I'm even stronger than Juchong Emperor. Luo Feng looked up at Golden Horned Beast with excitement. Magnificent. His life gene level was higher than the special life form Juchong Emperor. Luo Feng made a quick estimate. Only the extraordinary have life gene levels higher than 5,000 times now. I am one of them, based on the number of blood river crystals. I can put 100 on each part of my body, and there will be 1,000 of them, after which, my life gene level will be 10,000 times higher. 10,000 times. Special life forms were generally thousands of times stronger. Some as high as 10,000 times. For ordinary life forms, 100 times was the limit, and as for special life forms, 10,000 times was their limit. After venting his excitement, Luo Feng smiled and said, Golden Horned Beast body is indeed my trump card. With high life gene level and a body 600 miles long, it'll take a long time to burn his godly body. Compared to humans, who grew barely over 6 feet tall, Golden Horned Beasts had much more godly power. A high life gene level and an extremely large body. How incredible was that? Expectation flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Now I'll try blood river crystals on my original earthling body. The original earthling body was different from Golden Horned Beast. Golden Horned Beast had an enormous body, which required 10 different parts to complete the merging, yet the original earthling body was far smaller than a single claw of the Golden Horned Beast. Thus, the original earthling body could only merge with 100 blood river crystals at most. My life gene level is 6 times stronger after finishing the second volume of the 9-volume manual, said Luo Feng, and I successfully merged with 10 blood river crystals after that. Now I've finished the first 5, and my life gene level is 48 times higher. I wonder how many crystals I can merge with. Without a doubt, his will could withhold the evil energy from 380 blood river crystals. As for the number of crystals his original earthling body could merge with, it depended on the life genes of the earthling. 11th one. Luo Feng scratched his palm and started to merge with blood river crystals. One blood river crystal after another merged with the original earthling body. whose life gene level was 48 times stronger. 61 Luo Feng kept merging with blood river crystals. 81, 82, 83 No. Suddenly, Luo Feng could feel his muscles and bones being torn apart, and the blood river energies flowed back into the 83rd blood river crystal. 82, he said, only 82. Luo Feng was reluctant to believe it the first time golden horned beast merged with 100 blood river crystals. He hadn't even practiced the 9-volume manual, and golden horned beast's life level was only 10 times on the contrary. The life gene level of Luo Feng's original earthling body was 48 times stronger, but it couldn't compare to golden horned beast in the past. Is it because blood river crystals are more suitable for golden horned beast? Luo Feng thought. Based on his observation, it was difficult for other life forms to merge with blood river crystals, including his original earthling body, who could only merge with 10 after finishing the first 2 volumes of the 9-volume manual, whereas it was always easy for the golden horned beast to merge with them. Golden horned beast bodies could merge with blood river crystals at all times. The only thing that troubled Luo Feng was that his will was not able to withstand the evil energy. Blood river crystals come from the gold and space inborn beast god, thought Luo Feng. Golden horned beasts are the peak race of space beasts of the gold attribute, and they have swallowing power. Perhaps golden horned beasts are designed for merging with blood river crystals. It's demanding for a part of the life gene to merge with blood river crystals, he muttered, but golden horned beasts are born able to withstand the process. As for the 9-volume manual, it will improve the life gene as a whole, simultaneously improving that part of my body. That must be why it's easier for me to merge with blood river crystals. On the plain, the golden horned beast lay with a human leaning against its enormous claw. What should I do? Luo Feng said, leaning on the cold scales. I can only merge with 82 blood river crystals. If I can merge with 100 crystals, my original earthling body would be 4,800 times. Although my original earthling body is small, it would have high combat power. Am I only able to merge my original earthling body with 100 blood river crystals after I finish the 6th volume of the 9-volume manual? No, maybe. Luo Feng sat up abruptly. Beast god blood. He nodded and quickly used a portion of his mind to connect to the virtual universe. In front of the desk of Yuxiang Mountain of the virtual universe, Luo Feng read the information of beast god blood and frowned. I can get a drop of beast god blood from 100 blood river crystals, but the process is complicated. I have to apply for it through the virtual universe company. A single drop of beast god blood merging with the body was equal to 1 blood river crystal merging with the body. That was why beast god blood was so highly sought after. The typical limit was 100 blood river crystals for beast god blood. It required 100 drops, which cost 10,000 blood river crystals. This was the price one had to pay to lower the effect of the evil energy, and to reduce the pain. After all, a human body that could merge with 10 blood river crystals might only be born once in many countless eras. I wonder how much beast god blood I can apply for. Luo Feng thought these precious resources are strictly managed. Lots of emperors have to wait for an auction to bid on it. At the same time, Luo Feng was filled with his application. After a short while, a fox-like girl with downy ears and soft purple hair appeared on the screen. She was likely a fox human of the human race. Greetings, Mr. Luo Feng, she said. I need beast god blood, Luo Feng said bluntly. The fox girl paused to check something. According to the quota, she said. You can have 50 drops of beast god blood for free. She flashed a lovely smile, but deep in her heart, she was shocked. Universe Knights and Universe Masters weren't qualified for free resources. On the contrary, they needed to trade for them through their contributions to the race. As for some emperors who deserved cultivation, they might receive some highly limited resources, perhaps 10 blood river crystals, but they couldn't have a single drop of beast god blood. Her job was to receive the seniors of the race, and she had never seen anyone qualified for 50 drops of beast god blood for free. No wonder he's a peerless genius, thought the fox girl. Everyone says he's Blade River Emperor, and if that's the case, it's not surprising. Give me 30, Luo Feng said. Certainly, said the fox girl. Where shall it be delivered? This is the address. Luo Feng typed his detailed address in the Primal Secret region. His residence was within Primal Chaos City Leader's territory, at the core of the center of the Primal Secret region. In the Primal Secret region, the fox girl smiled. The 30 drops of blood will be delivered today. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. He turned off the telecommunications for free. He smiled. It seems my race has a quota of free resources for me, but until I apply for them, they want to be given to me. 50 drops of beast god blood. I've heard it's difficult to get that much even at an auction. However, my original earthling body is able to merge with 82 blood river crystals, and all I need are 18 drops of beast god blood. As for the golden horned beast, he needs more than 600 blood river crystals, and beast god blood can't do it all. His golden horned beast body's life gene level was already strengthened 6,000 times when he became undying someday and owned an enormous amount of superior undying power. He would breed a powerful consciousness that could help his will to some extent, just as a strong-bodied person had a staunch will, whereas a feeble person had a wavering will. The strength of a soul served a supporting function. Universe Masters, who had extensive godly power and had their souls integrated with the universe, had stronger wills than Luo Feng. Although they were relatively lucky, their godly power was the main reason for the powerful wills. It was impossible for an ordinary being to have a will that could rival a universe master. The life gene level is already strengthened 6,000 times, thought Luo Feng. After that, the amplification will improve only slightly each time. There's no need to rush it. After only 3 hours, a servant delivered a space ring to the palace where Luo Feng lived. His beast god blood was in the ring. Go, Luo Feng said. Yes, the undying servant answered respectfully. In the territory of Primal Chaos City Leader, even the delivery men were undying, and they needed to compete for those positions, as those without skills would be admitted. After all, here they could see the great Primal Chaos City Leader from time to time. Usually, the disciples of Primal Chaos City Leader lived here. Luo Feng went back to his internal world. He took a silver suitcase out of the space ring and opened it to find 30 transparent tubes. Inside there was a drop of shiny golden light in each tube, emanating considerable energy. Luo Feng could practically hear the roaring of the beast god blood. Luo Feng took out a tube, unplugged it, and poured it on his left palm. It looked like pure, golden light, but he could see, within the light, that it was actually a golden liquid. Countless law engravings flowing within it. The golden light dropped into his palm and penetrated the skin. Pow! Luo Feng's body started to glimmer with golden light, the blood river energies. In Luo Feng's cells were already sturdy, and the drop of beast god blood merged with them easily without causing any reaction. "Black warriors, can please primal chaos city leader teacher," said Luo Feng. "He says merging with beast god blood is an easy task now that I can merge. With 82 blood river crystals, I'm already way ahead of the limit of a black warrior." Luo Feng smiled, absorbing the beast god blood is like drinking water to me. He took out another tube, opened it, and poured out the beast god blood. One drop after another, the beast god blood merged with Luo Feng's body. After a short while, all 18 drops had successfully integrated with Luo Feng, which was an easier task than he had previously perceived it to be. When Luo Feng tried the 19th drop of beast god blood, it only rolled on his palm and lay there without seeping in. "That seems to be the limit," Luo Feng said, nodding. "I've already hit the limit of blood river energies." His eyes gleamed. "Now drive the blood river energies." Hung. An ancient force shot out from Luo Feng's body. It suddenly felt as if energy from the origin of the entire universe was emanating from deep inside him. His body was heightened and strengthened, and indistinct scales formed on every inch of his skin. Countless threads wound across his body, and a giant image of a roaring beast god appeared on his chest, so detailed and realistic that it looked like an actual, bellowing beast god in all its exquisite detail. Golden halos pulsated outward, surrounding his body. Luo Feng looked down at his chest. He had already taken off his armor as he wanted to feel the power touching his body. "How mighty this energy is, huh?" Luo Feng was stunned. "Wait, something's wrong. Only 3,000 times. How is that possible?" Luo Feng was perplexed. Theoretically, once 100 blood river crystals were merged with the body would be 100 times stronger. Golden horned beast's right claw had been strengthened 100 times at the beginning, and it stopped growing after hitting the 10,000 times limit. Luo Feng frowned. "I was originally 48 times stronger, but now that I've surpassed being strengthened 3,000 times, I'm only around 60 times stronger than before." The effect was weakened. The blood river energies that worked perfectly on the golden horned beast were far less effective on the original earthling body. Luo Feng considered the implications. Beast god blood might be useless for the special life forms in the universe, like a unique life form of water category, whose life gene level is already thousands of times stronger. The beast god blood 1T help that much. Beast god blood comes from an inborn beast god of golden space. Is it possible that the beast god blood worked well in the beginning, but its effect will be weakened as time goes by? He decided to let the matter drop regardless of the reason. It was now proven that the original earthling body reached a life gene level that was 3,000 times stronger after merging with the beast god blood, together with its 48 times stronger base. "I'll just wait. My life gene level can be improved when I get another medal." From the 9-volume manual. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Although it hadn't been the best possible outcome, he was still exhilarated that his life gene level had been improved 3,000 times. That put it at the level of some top-tier special life forms in the universe. "Fortunately, I have the 9-volume manual," Luo Feng thought. "Otherwise, I'd be like other life forms of the other races in the universe, who can only improve their life gene level to 100 times. The 9-volume manual, it was his secret weapon. With it, Luo Feng could Rival top-tier, special life forms. Other things like blood river crystals were just icing on the cake. Time passed since the original Earthling body and golden horned beast body had merged with blood river crystals. Luo Feng continued to train in seclusion. He didn't do anything but spend time with his family. After another century, his third body was about to be born. In the internal world, golden-horned beast-esque claws gripped the plane like pillars. He looked up at the sky. Masha body stood on golden-horned beast's back, gazing at the sky as well. There was a colossal, oval-shaped, golden egg floating in the sky. The golden egg had been small when it first came into being, but it had grown larger and larger as time went by, and it was now more than 6,000 miles tall. Soon, said Luo Feng, it'll soon be born. Luo Feng pondered the result. Will it be a whole sea? The life form in the oval golden egg would remain a mystery until it revealed itself. Around 8 hours later. Crack. Dozens of hairline fractures appeared on the colossal, golden egg. Luo Feng and his 3 other bodies held their breath as they watched. Pow! All at once, the eggshell was completely crushed. In its place was a giant man. In the sky, standing almost 6,000 miles tall, its naked body cast a perfect, almost exotic figure, with sparkling skin and crystal-clear jades across its skin, and bloody threads flowing inside it. Luo Feng's original Earthling body and his other bodies were all dazed by such a pleasant surprise. My third body, said Luo Feng, is flesh and blood. Only the flesh and the blood type of living creature could practice the 9-volume manual. Luo Feng's Masha body was an energy-type living creature, and thus, his power was significantly weaker than his original Earthling body and golden-horned beast body, even after being injected with the essence from an original real treasure like the space heart. Masha body never surpassed the limit of increasing 100 times. It was destined for Masha body to be far weaker. When it came to strength, he was mainly useful for fleeing, hiding, and disguise. When it came to fighting, Luo Feng had to depend on his original body and the golden-horned beast body. As for a body like 9 remoteness ocean, Luo Feng had chosen it because of the boundless ocean of godly power. Ha ha ha! Luo Feng's laughter swept across the internal world like a shockwave. Well, this is a happy surprise. The third body can practice the 9-volume manual, which means he has unlimited potential. Perhaps he can someday be 9 remoteness master match. I'll call my third body remote ocean body. It was official. Luo Feng's original body and 3 additional bodies had been determined. He had his original Earthling body, his golden-horned beast body, his Masha body, and his remote ocean body. Luo Feng was filled with boundless pride with his original Earthling body and these 3 bodies. Nothing would stop him from becoming one of the great beings in the universe. The seed has been planted, he said. It'll be up to my efforts to decide whether I remain a weak sapling or grow into the sturdiest tree. I need to study into my remote ocean body first. Remote ocean body looked exquisite, a giant body standing nearly 6,000 miles tall. Presently, he sat on the plain with his legs crossed like a giant sculpture. My strength is 300 times of that of a sector lord, remote ocean body said in a deep voice. My remote ocean body's life gene level is 300 times, while the sector lord level world tree is around 1,000 times. That explains why I was able to successfully breed this remote ocean body, but not the world tree body. But it seems too large for a living being of 300 times life gene level. Generally speaking, the higher the life gene level, the larger the size of. Course, special organisms of the plant race and rock race had terrifically large bodies even if they had life gene levels that were hundreds of times. After all, even ordinary life forms like cloud contact vines were already over 1 million miles tall. Life forms of the plant race had a natural size advantage. Remote ocean body is a flesh and blood type living being. How can he be so large? Upon careful examination, Luo Feng realized remote ocean body had law energy flowing through his bones, muscles, vessels, and blood, and there was information hidden in the energy. Luo Feng studied the information with his mind so that's the case. Remote ocean body whispered, even primal chaos city leader doesn't know what talent techniques 9 remoteness master has. He must have talent techniques, given that my remote ocean body has 2 talent techniques. The information contained within the colossal body shed light on some of the mysteries of 9 remoteness world. Remote ocean body had 2 talent techniques. The first one was transformed ocean and the second was creation. Transformed ocean allowed remote ocean body to instantly turn into an ocean with a diameter of around 60,000 miles, and the time and space within it would be controlled by the ocean. The stronger remote ocean body got, the more control the body had over time and space. While he was still relatively weak, he could only affect time and space to a small extent, but when he became sufficiently strong, he would be like 9 remoteness master, whose grip on his 9 remoteness ocean had reached its limit. It was so powerful that no other universe masters even dared to enter 9 remoteness space. The second talent technique was creation. When the body became an ocean, its flesh and blood were all transformed into a bloody sea, after which his creation talent could extract energies from the ocean and reorganize the life genes to create new life forms. He could even create a new race if he was proficient with the talent, and the new lives would always submit to the master who had created them. Such powerful talent techniques. Remote ocean body said in a deep voice. No wonder the body is so enormous. He wouldn't be able to turn into an ocean. With a smaller body, once he turns into an ocean, he can, in a way, control time and space around the ocean, which makes him significantly stronger. This kind of incredible attacking skill was a bit like the manipulation of time and space talent used by world trees. As for creation, it might be considered a mediocre skill, but this is likely how the indigenous race in 9 remoteness world was created. Energy life forms are the easiest to create, as long as there are life cores. Luo Feng nodded. Although it's a mediocre talent at present, it could be used to create an entire race, completely obedient to me. Haha, remote ocean body's voice echoed through the internal world. I've obtained everything I wanted, and even some things I didn't expect. This remote ocean body can affect the space and time around him, and he has a talent technique in space and time, plus it's a flesh and blood type of living being. Still, muttered Luo Feng, why is the size of the bloody sea so bizarre? His talent technique says he can turn into an ocean with a diameter of around 60,000 miles, but that is much smaller than those of the princes and 9 remoteness master. Remote ocean body frowned and considered the implications of its size sector. Lord princes had bloody seas with diameters of around 50 million miles. Undying princes had royal seas with diameters of around 600 million miles. Universe Night Princes had royal seas with diameters from 20 billion to 60 billion miles. Although Remote Ocean Body possessed the transformed ocean talent, he could only turn into a sea with a diameter of around 60,000 miles, which was minuscule even by the standards of Sector Lord Princes. Transformed Ocean. Remote Ocean performed his talent technique. Hong Long. His flesh and bones suddenly melted, changing into a surging bloody sea in Luo Feng's internal world. Luo Feng could feel his control on the bloody sea, but it was feeble. It was only at the Sector Lord level. However, he could sense time and space distinctly. Apparently, he had incredible talent in time and space. Larger, said Luo Feng. Larger, grow larger. Luo Feng controlled the bloody sea with his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, the diameter remained at 60,000 miles, which couldn't even match that of a Sector Lord Prince. The bloody sea churned in the sky while Masha Body and Golden Horned Beast stood on the plains, contemplating what they were seeing. Luo Feng was perplexed. Why is the volume of my transformed ocean so much smaller than that of the 9 Remoteness Master and the 108 Princes? The bloody sea only had a diameter of only 60,000 miles. However, lots of unique life forms in the universe were 60,000 miles tall or long as 4 creatures of the plant race and rock race. Plenty of them were larger than that. After he thought about it for a while, a thought occurred to Luo Feng. Something's wrong, he said. 9 Remoteness Master and the 108 Princes. They seem to be different from me somehow. My transformed ocean technique can transform my body into a bloody sea instantly, but it can also change it back to the original body, too. However, said Luo Feng, those 108 royal seas and the 9 Remoteness Ocean haven't changed or even moved for hundreds of millions of years. 9 Remoteness Ocean had a diameter of over 10 light-years for an eternity. The 9 Remoteness Ocean had remained in the ancestral god's secret region, and the seas of the 108 princes had remained at the center of 9 Remoteness World. Primal Chaos City leader teacher said that 9 Remoteness Master will sometimes go out and fight, said Luo Feng, and if he dies, the 9 Remoteness Ocean will breed another 9 Remoteness Master. But how is that possible? Transformed ocean and the original body can't exist at the same time. If the original body were killed, he would fall forever. If the body can be born again, that can only mean that it's not the original body that was killed. Luo Feng stroked his chin in deep thought. There's only one way 9 Remoteness Master can do this. He must have transformed his body into the ocean, then created an energy body using his creation talent. The energy body can then be condensed again, even after being destroyed. 9 Remoteness Ocean has never moved, Luo Feng realized, and perhaps it's not because he doesn't want to move. Perhaps he can't move at all, and that means he never actually leaves 9 Remoteness space. As vast as the 9 Remoteness Ocean is, it can never move. Luo Feng quickly extrapolated from what he observed. Gradually, he saw the complete story. 9 Remoteness Master and his princes used some special methods to enlarge their oceans, thought Luo Feng. The trade-off is that they can't move the oceans freely anymore. Even though they can't move the oceans, the volume gives them nearly boundless godly power, and thus, they become immortal. Special organisms of the plant race and rock race also found it difficult to move. The larger the bodies were, the more difficult it was for them to move. For an enormous being like 9 Remoteness Ocean, it was unsurprising that he was unable to move at will. But how did they enlarge their oceans to such an extent? Luo Feng muttered. The bloody sea, with a diameter of around 160,000 miles, kept churning in the sky. What did he need to do to turn it into one with a diameter of 50 million miles? They were at completely different levels. A 50 million mile ocean had much greater energy, and generally, even if someone became undying, their size did not change. That meant remote ocean body's height would remain at 6,000 miles, and the transformed ocean would remain 60,000 miles, yet the oceans of the Undying and Universe Night Princes kept expanding, the largest of which was 60 billion miles. How did Nine Remoteness Master and his prince accomplish that? The bloody sea turned above the extensive plains as Luo Feng attempted to enlarge its size, but all methods thus far had failed. After 3 days of trying, Luo Feng finally admitted defeat. Remote ocean body can't absorb energies because there's no room for further storage. The bloody sea has already hit its limit, and it can't be expanded even an inch larger. Nine Remoteness Master, how did you enlarge the remoteness ocean? Luo Feng, clothed in black, gazed at the turbulent bloody sea and murmured to himself, "Why don't you just ask Nine Remoteness Master?" This was obviously a secret when Nine Remoteness Master first came into being. He clearly didn't have such an enormous Nine Remoteness ocean. He must have figured out some special means so that even his princes could have enormous royal seas. "I'll try my second technique, creation," said Luo Feng. "The idea that I can create life is a great mystery." Luo Feng's mind merged with the bloody sea the moment he cast the second technique. He felt like he was entering a new domain. The air and the grass were all dissected beneath his gaze. It was like seeing through to the very nature of these life forms. Luo Feng looked at the weeds on the plain. "Creation," he said, and grass came into being. "Creation," he said again, and a flower was born in the bloody sea. "Create Masha body," he said. A moment passed, and Luo Feng realized that the Masha body was too complex to be created instantly. "Creating plants doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment," said Luo Feng. "I need to create moving lives. I must." After only a few moments, and Luo Feng was already addicted to the process of creation. World energies could change plants and rivers, but creation was something more than that. Creation could replicate the constitution of life by observation. Luo Feng presumed that replicating the constitution of life forms was the most basic skill, but those who were proficient, like Nine Remoteness Master, could create an entire species. Creation was a magical thing. Although the process couldn't improve one's power directly, it would be majestic to create a species. No wonder Master Swan Ku can guide and lead an entire race, Luo Feng thought. But I'm different from him. I can create life forms with my talent technique, whereas Swan could guided an existing race and led that race to evolve under some special environments. Luo Feng began to experiment. First, he put some small, weak life forms into his internal world. He quickly realized that the weaker the power was, the simpler the life gene constitution was. For those living beings that were too powerful, it was difficult to even see their constitution distinctly, let alone replicate it. Nine Remoteness Master became an ocean first, then created an energy body, and finally, created a race. Luo Feng realized after experimenting with his new talent technique for half a month. The constitution of complex life forms was impossibly intricate, making it Exceedingly difficult to create a brand new race 9 remoteness master must have expended a great degree of effort before learning how to create a mature race. His 108 princes must have been instructed to emulate him, but they had all failed, as they couldn't conquer the obstacles. It required an astounding amount of energy to create even a single life form, not to mention a supreme race whose members had life imprints high enough to think intelligently, train themselves, and become sector lords once they matured. No wonder sector lord princes can't create new lives, thought Luo Feng. The more advanced the life forms are, the more energy it takes to create them. However, it's easiest to create oneself. Each drop of the bloody sea had come from remote ocean body, which was why the bloody sea water contained the life genes of remote ocean body. If he wanted to create another remote ocean body, he didn't need any life constitution, as each drop of the water was comprised of such life constitution. Creation. Hua hua hua. The bloody sea started to tremble, and a naked body appeared. It quickly disappeared, however, and its energy was absorbed back into the bloody sea. Creation. Another 300-foot-tall body showed up and disappeared. Creation. Another body appeared. This one was only 3 feet in height. It, too, quickly disappeared. Creation. Luo Feng kept trying. After much trial and error, he found out that the largest body he could create was 600 miles tall, which was a smaller version of remote ocean body. Something's wrong, said Luo Feng. Remote ocean body has a life gene level 300 times greater. Why does the newly created remote ocean body only have a life gene level of 30 times? Luo Feng realized the problem. The new remote ocean body was only 600 miles tall, just 1/10 the original height. His life gene level was only 30 times greater, which was also 1/10 of the original version. There are some flaws in creation, he laughed, but maybe this is how it's supposed to be. There was a vast difference between the talent technique creation and the evolution of the universe. Even if he could replicate the body's constitution completely, the duplicate was still inferior, as it didn't have any talent techniques and had significantly lower life gene level. It would go against the laws of the universe for a bloody sea to be able to create a new remote ocean body as powerful as the original. After some time, he realized that each time he created a new remote ocean body, it consumed nearly 1/10 of his energies, and the volume of the bloody sea shrunk. Each body was being immediately absorbed into the ocean was because the bloody sea was reabsorbing the energies to recover its size. When the bloody sea is complete, it can't absorb any energies, said Luo Feng, but it can when it suffers some losses. Luo Feng got an idea. Absorb. Hong. The world energies flooded into the bloody sea. After just a short while, the bloody sea finished and regained its original size. The bloody sea has fully recovered, but the new remote ocean body is still right beside it, said Luo Feng. They draw energies from the same origin. Now melt. The new remote ocean body fell into the bloody sea and melted into the water. The energies merged with the original sea, and the volume surged. The bloody sea was enlarged, pressing outward against the space around it. The space and time controlled by the bloody sea were also expanded. Haha, so, this is how it works, said Luo Feng, overjoyed. Create a new remote ocean body, wait for the bloody sea recover, then melt the new remote ocean body back into water, thus combining it with the original bloody sea. Creation commanded Luo Feng recover. Luo Feng went through the process repeatedly each time the bloody sea could absorb more energy. Melt condense. The bloody sea was enlarged again. It expanded 10 times in succession. Turn back, said Luo Feng. But when he tried to turn the ocean back into the original body, it failed. The ocean was bloated with energy. It was like an overweight, middle-aged man, too plump from years of overeating to run and jump as he had in his trimmer years. The bloody sea was simply too large to turn back into its original body. No wonder Nine Remoteness Master can always be revived, no matter how many times he dies, said Luo Feng. It's because those that die are actually the bodies created by the ocean. The original body is Nine Remoteness Ocean itself. Now that Luo Feng understood the secret completely, he started to laugh. His echoed across the bloody sea. Dissipate, dissipate. The sea resolved into world energies and dispersed instantly. The world energies that had been added due to his experimentation vanished. Turn back, he commanded. A remote ocean original body standing at a height of almost 6,000 miles showed up again. It was the same original body with a life gene level of 300 times greater. When Nine Remoteness Master obtained an immortal body, his combat power must have been weakened at the same time, thought Luo Feng. After all, he relies on his created bodies to fight outside. You gain some, you lose some. It would take an eternity for Nine Remoteness Ocean to reach its current size. It must have expanded stably for a long time. It would be impossible for Nine Remoteness Master to dissipate his godly power and turn into a being with a diameter of 6,000 miles. Luo Feng now understood why Nine Remoteness Master was invincible. He was already a universe master, and he continuously stored godly power so as to expand Nine Remoteness Ocean. As a result, Nine Remoteness Ocean now had a diameter of over 10 light years. It seemed his quantitative changes had led to qualitative changes. The Nine Remoteness Ocean could already rival the most powerful true treasure in the universe, and the only downside was that it was immovable. I've already figured out the secret behind this, said Luo Feng. He was exhilarated. But I don't need to expand the ocean yet. There's one more vital thing remote ocean body needs to practice, the 9-volume manual. Luo Feng had been looking forward to this. Remote ocean body had a life gene level 300 times greater, and finishing the first 5 volumes of 9-volume manual could improve a being's life gene level 48 times. Once remote ocean body started to practice, he could theoretically hit 14,400 times. However, based on Luo Feng's knowledge, even the special life forms of the universe only had life gene levels of a few thousand times greater. 10,000 times greater, said Luo Feng. That seems to be the limit of the life gene level of special life forms. I'll personally discover the true limit of a life gene level in the universe. Luo Feng felt inspired. If the limit truly was 10,000 times, remote ocean body could hit that limit with 9-volume manual. However, if the limit was more than 10,000 times, remote ocean body would step into a new, previously unknown realm. How could Luo Feng not be excited about the possibilities? Luo Feng looked forward to this, but the overall premise was that remote ocean body first needed to practice the 9-volume manual. Although he is a special life form, he is a flesh and blood type of living being. He must be able to practice it. Luo Feng thought so. Anyway, he was, however, a bit afraid of the limitations. Of the universe law after all, his original earthling body and his golden horned beast body were both ordinary life forms, yet they both had life gene. Level thousands of times greater after practicing 9-volume manual this time remote ocean body would target the legendary limit. Begin. Remote ocean body sat down on the plane with his legs crossed and started to practice 9-volume manual.